Hello, if you're hearing this introduction, that means you're watching the almost 4 hour mega video on my React Form series. I just wanted everyone to know that there's actually a playlist available where you can watch the video separately if that's your go-to way to watch videos. If not, go for it, watch the mega video. In the description, there will be timestamps showing every topic in the video and the type of form we'll be making. And yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoy the videos. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and yeah, enjoy. Hello and welcome to this video series where I'm going to make at the very least 15 different parts of me going through different ways you can make a form in React. The way I've done forms in React has changed after I keep learning new things, and I thought I'd just share that little journey through these videos. So we'll start off with some basic ways you can make forms regardless of React or not, and then slowly we'll build into the ways I make forms in React in my current projects. So I'm going to call this part 0, and all we're going to do is create a base form, which we're going to use over and over again. So right now we're just going to make the form, style it, and then the next part we'll actually start using it to get some data. So let's create a components folder, components, and let's create base form, baseform.tsx. And I'm going to do everything in TypeScript because why not? So base form, and so we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a form. So let's do a form with a class of form. We won't be using an action. And let's just start building it out. So I'm going to create a couple of form groups. We'll have 5 inputs. Each will have a form label. This will be email, input, form input. Everybody gets an ID and a name. We won't be using the ID and the name in every video, but some videos will use the ID, some videos will use the name. So I'll cover all the cases now. And I'm just going to copy this 2 more times. So email is our first form, and then we have username, text, capital U. Then we have password. And then we will have a select element. So I wanted to use all different kinds of inputs, but I didn't want it to be too much, so I just picked a couple of elements that I think are commonly used. So it's going to be for color, favorite color. Let's have a select element, a class of form select. ID is color. Name is color. We'll have 3 options. Red, green, and blue. And let's use a default value of red. And last but not least, we'll use a text area or a bio. So it's like a profile. Bio, and then last name of form text area. And we'll need a submit button. So button, class button, type is submit. That should be our form. Let's go ahead and bring it into our app. Form. Base. Okay, and let's go ahead and add a bunch of styles now. Let's give this main class also a style. Class name of main, and let's go ahead and do our index.js, and let's just do a bunch of styles real quick. So let's do a quick little CSS reset. I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this. We're going to reset all the margins, and we're going to make it border box, and we're going to give all of our inputs and buttons a font inherit. And let's go ahead and start our app. Let's add some classes to the body. Let's make it nicer to look at, so we'll give it a dark mode and a nicer font. Okay, let's style our main. So we'll do this is a class actually. Min height of 100 to screen, display grid, place item center. So we'll put our form in the middle. All right, let's go ahead and zoom that out. And let's go to our form title, which we did not put actually. Let's go put that back in here. H2, a form title, base form. So form title will get a text align center, a letter spacing of -0.025 ems, font size of 2 rem, width of 375 pixels, and margin bottom of 1 rem. Then we'll do the form itself. Background color RGBA 255 0.05. Border of 1px solid D3D3. Border radius 0.5 rem. Width also 375 pixels, just to keep everything consistent. Margin of 0 auto. And padding of 1 rem. Display flex, flex direction column, and gap of 0.5. Okay, let me reopen the CSS file real quick. Okay. So now our form groups, which has our label and our inputs. Also display flex, also flex direction column. With a smaller gap. Okay. Form labels. Give it a font weight 100. It's also applied to our button. The form input, the form select, the form text area, and the button will all get these styles. Padding of 0.5 rem, border radius of 0.25 rem, outline color of 3B82F6, nice blue, and then a border of 1px solid D3. Okay, the form select, background color of white, the form text area to a min height 100 pixels and a resize of none. And then last but not least, we have the buttons. Button, background color is that nice blue, border none, color white, transition all 0.2 seconds, font, we don't need that. Okay. And then button hover, background color of a little darker blue for ED8, and a cursor of pointer. And then we have an error which we're not using right now, but it'll be a nice little yellow color. I think red is a bit harsh. Okay. So that's our base form, and we're going to use this form for the next 10 or so episodes before we change it up. And yeah, let's get into the next part. All right, so in the last video, we made this base form here, and now we're going to go ahead and implement first of many ways to make a form in React. So we're going to use query selectors, which is a way you can just do in regular vanilla HTML and JavaScript. But that's one of the first ways I learned how to make a form. So let's copy our base form. Let's paste into our components. Let's rename it to query selector form. Let's rename our component query selector form. Query selector. And let's bring it into our app. So let's comment this out. And let's bring in our query selector form. There we go. Okay, so query selector form. So we're just going to select our inputs. So for this one, all we have to do is just create a submit handler. So on submit, let's create a handle submit function. And let's go ahead and bring our console log here. Let's bring this to the bottom. Console. There we go. And let's create our handle submit function. So const handle submit. And this will take in our event. And let's just do TypeScript form event HTML form element. So first we'll do event.prevent default. Okay. And now let's go ahead and grab each and every our inputs using query selectors. So we can do const email input is equal to document.query selector. Email, our ID of email. So now let's do it again for username. Username input. So query selector, I believe, is more modern than using get element by ID, which I'll go ahead and use right now. Document on get element by ID. But I prefer to use get element by ID over query selector because it just has more meaning in its own. And when you call it, like, it's more readable, I feel, and you don't have to put the additional pound sign. So I just think it's more readable. So I'm gonna keep going with the get element by ID. Const color input is equal to document.get element by ID color, and then const bio input is equal to document.get element by ID bio. So this is just the inputs. We have to get the values. So I'm going to construct something called form data. And let's just go ahead and get the values. Email is going to be email input.value. I could do this all together, but this is more readable for the tutorial, I feel. Email input be like this. Oh, not comma, actually. So we're gonna, it's possible null. This is a TypeScript thing. So what I'm going to do is attach to each of these as string. Oh no, sorry. I should be doing that down here. As string. Actually, I should be doing that right over here. As HTML input element. This is a HTML select element. This is a HTML text area element. Okay. Apologies for that. So this would be a username input dot value, then a password. Password would be password input dot value. Maybe just copy this down twice. So here we'll have password. Password would be color, and then password bio. Okay, so this should be good. And all I have to do is now just log the form data. Console.log form data. Let's see what we get. Let's do example at email.com. Example user. name, sample password, let's do the color of green. Let's do bio, this is an example. Submit. Here we go, we got all of our data. Bio, color, email, password, username. And then one additional thing is, once you get the data here, go ahead and send it to your API or whatever you want to do with it. And now you can also reset the form by doing event.target.reset. But TypeScript's not going to be happy about that, so just wrap this in parentheses and say as HTML form elements. Let's do it one more time. If we press submit, it should reset. And there we go. So that's the first way to do forms, using query selectors and get element by ID. All right, so part 2 of this little form series. As usual, we're going to start with our base form, which is just this form right here. And we're going to go ahead and copy it to our next form. So let's copy the base form. And now we're going to make a form called multiple states form. Multiple states form. So let's go ahead and call that multiple states form. Multiple states form. Let's go bring it into our app. So right here, multiple states form. So as the name suggests, we're going to use multiple states. And this is a very classic way I've seen to make forms when you're first learning React. So multiple states form, so we're going to have multiple states. So let's create a state for every single one of our inputs. So const email set email is equal to use state. Bring in use state from React. And we'll start off with what we want the default value to be, which is empty string. Const, let's just do this 5 more times. Const username, password, color, and bio. So let's make these capitals. And we're also going to make the color not empty string but red, because that's a select element. Okay, and now let's go ahead into every input, and we have to give it 2 things. We have to give it a value and an on change. So the value is itself, and the on change goes as follows. E, where set email, so we don't need the brackets here, just set email e.target.value. And we basically repeat that for every input. And let's go ahead and do that. So username, set username, password, set password, color. I think here we do not want the default value. So let's just remove it. And then we'll have color, set color, save, and last but not least the bio, which is a text area. This will be bio, set bio. Okay, so now we have a, what's going on here? Compose tree control, set bio. Let's refresh, see if something wrong. Okay, looks fine. So now on our submit handler, well, again, we'll create a on submit, handle submit, and then we'll go ahead and create that function. Const handle submit. Take in our event. React.form events, HTML form elements. And let's go ahead and log everything. So e.prevent default, so it doesn't refresh. Event. Prevent default. And then go to const, let's just build an object we can use. Form data is equal to email, username, password, color, and bio. And then console.log form data. Save. So let's go ahead and try it again. So we have, so let's put something random. Let's do hat at example.com. Hat. We'll do blue. We'll do this is a hat. Submit. And there we go. We have our values here. I'm also using an extension called Console Ninja, which will log inside the terminal, which is very helpful. We can see it right here in the DevTools console here. And if you want to reset, this is where multiple states kind of gets annoying with the reset. So we have to do something like this for every single input. Let's be a little fancier. Let's create a function called reset form, put it right underneath. So const reset form is equal to, this is very unnecessary to put in a separate form function, but why not? So set email back to an empty string, set username back to an empty string, set the password back to an empty string, set the color to red, and then set the, should be a semicolon, and set text area, set bio to, okay, let's give it a shot and submit, and everything's reset. So that's how I can reset. That's how we can use multiple states to get the form data. On to the next video. All right, welcome to part 3 of this series where we make different ways to make forms in React. Last time we used multiple states. This time we're going to make a single state. So let's go ahead and do that. So as usual, we start with this base form on the right here. And it looks just like this, but without any functionality. And we'll paste it in here. We're going to go ahead and rename it to single state form. Single state form. Copy this. And let's bring it into our app. Our single state form. All right. That's our single state form. Let's go ahead. So let's clear this out actually. And so like the name suggests, single state form. So we're going to have one single state. So let's do this. Let's create a object called initial form values. Our email will be an empty string. Username will be, and the reason why we're doing this is because I know we're going to have to use this twice, so I might as well make it an object instead of writing it out twice. Color will be red, and then bio will be. So for single state, all we have to do is just create a single use state in React. So form data, set form data is equal to use state, and then just put in our initial values, initial form values. Awesome. So then we're going to have a submit handler, handle submit equal to event react.form event HTML form element arrow function. We'll take care of that later. And then we're also going to do is we're going to create a, actually we'll do that later. So first, very similar to the multiple states video, every input is going to get a value and a non-change. So value in this case is going to be form data dot email, and then the on change will be get the event, and it will set form data. So we're going to spread the current form data, so copy all the current values in our form data, but we're going to replace the one we're interested in, and in this case we're interested in the email. So we'll set the email to e.target.value. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and just do that for all the inputs. It's actually a little easier to work with because we just need to, because the names are the same here. So username, password, and we want to do this after the form data is spread because we want to write over it. If we put this first, and the form data is going to write over it. And then the color. And last but not least, the bio. Bio. So this should work fine. Bio. Okay. So now let's go ahead and log everything, see what happens. Let's give our form the on submit. Handle submit. Okay. Event.prevent default. Const Well, we already have our form data, so let's just log it. Console.log form data. Save. So let's put something random in here. Let's do pizza at emo.com. Pizza color. Let's do red for pizza. This is pizza. Submit. All right, so we got everything here. And it's a little bit nicer to reset. So all we have to do is just call set form data, and let's pass in those initial values we already made. Submit it again. All right. And one thing I want to show is that maybe this might be a little verbose to write the onChange function. So we can create a little function here called const handle change. And here we can take in the event, which is going to be a react.change event. This is going to be input elements type, which we're going to make, and you'll see why. Let's go make that at the top real quick. Let's do type input elements is going to be equal to HTML input element, or HTML select element. So we're using 3 different kinds of inputs. So let's go ahead and just let our function know what are all the possibilities instead of writing them out separately. So we'll write at the top input elements, and then here we're just going to do this. We're going to do e.prevent. No, we don't need to do that. We can just pull out the name and the value from our event .target, and then we just set the form data to, we'll spread the form data, and whatever the name is, set it to the value of it. There we go. So let's try out this handle change function. We can literally just do this for everything. Handle change. Handle change. Handle change. Handle change. And handle change. It's a lot nicer to look at, right? Same function for every thing. So let's test it out. So let's try, I don't know, oatmeal at email.com. Oatmeal, green. This is oatmeal. Submit. And there we go. We have all of our form values. So this handle change function is really neat because we just need to associate a name to every input, and we can just keep using the same function for every input. So that's a nice, I think, using this single state is kind of the way I did it for a long time before using stuff like React Form, which I'm going to go into in a future video. All right, in this video on forms, we're going to create a custom form hook, which I think is really neat because it teaches you a lot about React, and you can see, I'll explain how much more value you can have in it when you abstract it away, like we're going to do. So let's start with our base form as usual. Let's create a new component. We're going to call this form. Let's call this custom form hook form. Custom form hook form. Custom form hook form. Copy, paste. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Let's just start by creating our hook. So let's create a new folder called hooks. We're only going to have one, but why not? Use form.ts. Now let's just make a form. So usually custom hooks are just made out of a bunch of default hooks, from what I experienced. It's just nicely tucked away, so that way you only see what you need to see, and all the logic is kind of hidden away. So we're going to create a hook called useForm, export const useForm, and this will take in some initial values, and we'll set it in default to initial form values. So this can be used in any app, not just this one. I will create the initial form values right now. Initial form values. I forgot my const. So this will just be same as last video. It's very similar to the last video. It's just now we have lots of abstraction, which is nice. Password, color will be red, and in the bio will be empty string. So these are the initial values. And then, like I said, we're just going to go and use states inside this custom hook. So we're going to use the use state hook. So you const form data, set form data is equal to use state, and then whatever the initial values are, which we're going to use the default here. We have to import use state from React. And now we can create some functions in here that we want to use. Let's create a function called handle change. This is very similar to last video. So React.change event, it'll take in input elements, which is a custom type we're going to write. Type input elements is going to be equal to HTML input element, or HTML select element, or HTML text area. Okay, and then here we'll just do pulling out the name and the value from our event.target. So it'll only work if our inputs have a name property, which is what we set up in the base form. Now we'll set the form data to spread the form data, and then we'll just put our name and our value, whichever input we're currently typing into. One more dot here, save, and then all we have to do is here to return the form data. Let's return the handle change, and that's our custom hook. So let's go ahead and use it now. Let's jump into our component. Let's destructure from our hook, use form. What can we get out of here? TypeScript will help us out, right? We can get our form data and we can get our handle change. All right, so we have our functions. So now let's use our handle change on each input. So our value will be form data.email, and our handle change will be on change will be handle change. Let's go ahead and copy this for every input. Copy, paste here, it's my username. Paste will be password. This will be color, and last is our bio. So all the functionality is in this use form, all the logic. And we did not import this custom form hook, did we? No. So let's go ahead and do that. Custom form hook. Bring it to our app. Okay. And we have to create a submit handler, right? Const handle submit is equal to event react.form event HTML form element. So event.prevent default, and just log the form data. That's it. And of course, let's attach our onSubmit handler. And submit. And let's do it. Let's do email custom hook at email.com. Custom hook. Custom hook. Let's do blue. This is a custom hook. Submit. There we go. We got all of our data. And all we have is this handle submit function and this use form hook. So that's all we have here besides our component. So the cool thing is, now that we have this like separation, we can kind of just do whatever we want inside of this hook without it clogging up our component. So we can go and like do some validation here. Like for example, I could say if name is equal to, let's say, user email, then validate that it's an email. And you could also take out here the type, right? And you could say like if type is a number, which we don't have, we can say set form data to spread the form data name, and then the value we can go ahead and do parse int value. Right. So this won't run because we don't have any number inputs. Let's just leave it there. And another cool thing is we can tuck in more functions here that are helpful to us. So let's do like a function like maybe a reset, which is what we've been showing off in every video. So reset, set form data to initial form values. And then we have to just return it here, reset, go back to our component, pull it out, and just use it. Reset. Save. Let's go ahead and try it out. Custom hook at example.com. Custom blue, custom submit. And we got a reset. And everything's just nicely tucked away again. We have 4 or 5 lines of all of our logic. And we have this form data. Go ahead and send it to your API, whatever you need to do with it. All right, welcome back to this series on different forms in React. Last part, we did a custom form hook, which I thought was really fun. Now we're going to go back to somewhat of the basics, and we're going to look at form data. So let's go ahead and paste our base form, which has no functionality, just looks, and we're going to call this our form data form. Go ahead and call this form data form. And we're going to name this form data form. And let's go bring it into our app. Form data form. Data. Awesome. Okay, so this is going to be really similar to what we're going to do in the future when we bring up Next.js, which is not for a couple more videos, but eventually we'll switch to Next.js and try a bunch of new things. But let's just stick with Vite and React. And so, form data hook, or a form data form. Let's see, just look at my notes real quick. And yeah, so here, because we gave every input a name property, just go ahead and create our submit handler already. We don't need to do anything else with our actual component. So let's do a handle submit. Let's go ahead and make that function. Const handle submit. It's going to take in the event. We have to type it out. So react.form event, HTML form element. And TypeScript gets a little bit annoying with this method, but it's still pretty easy to work with because we don't have to make any states or anything. So let's prevent default so it doesn't refresh. And then we can do this. We can do const form is equal to event.target as HTML form element. Okay. Now we can do const form data is equal to new form data with our form. And then we can get our values like this. So const email is equal to form data dot get email. So this get is associated with the name of the element. We gave every element a name. So name email is associated to the email. And for all the other forms. So we can kind of copy this down 4 more times. Username, password, color, and bio. And we can go and just log everything. So let's just go ahead. Console.log, email, username, password, color, and bio. Save. So let's go ahead and do that. So form data at email.com. Username is form data. Password is form data. Color we can do, let's do red. Bio, this is form data. And submit. There we go. We got all of our data here. See in our console Ninja extension here. And this might be a lot. This is the way I do it whenever I'm working with form data, which is kind of what you do a lot in Next.js these days. But if you want something a little bit more cleaner, you could just do this. Let's do just do it up here. Const data is equal to object dot from entries form data. And you might ask, why would you not do it this way? And I really don't have a reason. I feel like something happened in the past that made me want to do this. I think it has something to do with different kinds of inputs, but for when you're using just text inputs, for the most part, I think it's okay just to do this. It's one liner. So let's just go ahead and log this. Submit. Yep, we get the exact same thing. And the cool thing is we have a reference to our form. When we want to reset, all we have to do is do form.reset. So let's go ahead and submit this one more time and see the form reset. There we go. And that's the form data form. Very, very useful in Next.js these days, and also very nice because we don't have to use any states or any React hooks here. All right, it's been a little while since the last form. Let's get started and do a couple more forms in React. Today we're going to work with the Formik library. So let's go ahead and install that. npm install Formik. And we're going to make a couple of forms with Formik because there's different ways to use the Formik library. So Formik's been installed. And let's go ahead and start it up. So for the first way we're going to use Formik is with the hook. So import use Formik from Formik. And we want to do a couple things. We want to const Formik is equal to use Formik. And we want to create some initial values. Let's just call it initial form values. We're going to make this in a second. And let's create a on submit. We'll call this a submit handler. We're also going to make this. So let's make the initial values outside the function. So const initial form values, and I'm just going to copy and paste this because it's really just nothing special. So, empty string for email, username, password, and bio, and color will start off as red. And then we'll do a const submit handler. So Formik will give us values, which will be type of our initial form values. And we can just log that, console.log values. And then we can do a to-do reset the form. Cool. Okay, so then this Formik object gives us a lot of nice stuff, which we'll destructure. But for now, all we're going to do is pull out two things, the values and the handle change. We're going to apply these to each of our inputs. So let's start with our email input. Let's do value is equal to values.email, and on change will equal to handle change. And then same thing for our other three inputs. So our values dot, and TypeScript will help us out here, right? So we don't have to assume. Values dot password. Where's the select? Right here. Values dot color and values dot bio. And it's complaining because, let's refresh, let's double check. That's fine. Okay, so this might be just enough to get the forms going. Let's try it out. Let's try, I don't know, giraffe at example.com, giraffe. Let's elevated. Let's do color green. Let's go, I am a giraffe, submit. Okay, so then the form refreshes, which is not what we want because we have to, we didn't use our submit handler, or on submit. So on submit is equal to submit handler. Are we missing something here? Let's see. On submit is equal to handle submit. Initial values. So this needs to be pulled out of Formik. Handle submit. Very confusing. My naming. So this is the function we named submit handler, and we gave it to the onSubmit property. So on submit, it'll call the submit handler function. And it's only going to call this if the validation passes. We didn't put any validation yet, but we'll only call this function if our validation passes. And we can pull this out of Formik with the handle submit. Okay, so submit. Let's type in our stuff again. Giraffe at example.com. Giraffe elevated. Green. I am giraffe. Submit. Alright, so now we have everything logged. So that's good. That's pretty much Formik at its basic usage. So let's do a couple of things to make it a little bit more fancy. So one thing we can do is we can pull out the reset form from Formik, and we can put that right here. Reset form. Just a function we call. So let's just submit it one more time, and we should reset the form. Perfect. And then we can also pull out the errors object, errors, and then let's apply an errors little message to each of our inputs. So let's put it right underneath the input. We'll put a small tag, give a class name of error, which we already styled, and errors.email. And we'll put this for every single input. Errors dot username, errors dot password, errors dot color, and errors dot bio. Okay. Again, we don't have any validation yet, so the errors will not really show. So let's put some validation. And the way we can do that is we can create a function. Let's call it const validate, and this will take in the values, same as our submit function. And then we can create a new function called const errors, or a new empty object called validate error type, which we're going to make in a second. Or I'm going to copy and paste that. Let's put it right at the top. So the validate error type is just a type that says, hey, we could have any of these in our object, our email, username, password, color, or bio, with a message, a string saying why the validation failed. So we're going to do a very simple validation. We're going to pull out everything from our values. So we'll do email, username, password, color, bio. And then we're going to check, all we're going to do is check if it's there. So if it's an empty string, here you go. So if no username, then errors.username would be username is required. No email, email is required. And then we return the errors. Did I validate, not validate, validation. So if our validate function returns an object that's not empty, we are not gonna call the submit handler function. Formik will make sure that doesn't happen. So we can say our validate function is validate, or we can just, since the name and the key are the same, we can just say validate. I'll leave it like this just to make it more obvious. And let's test it out. So submit. Here we go. We got our validation. Password required. So by default, we will it'll change the validation as soon as you start typing, as you can see. I don't really like that, so we'll just put another option here. So you validate on change, and we'll set this to false. So it's only going to validate when you press submit. So let's type in giraffe at example.com, giraffe elevated. I'll leave the bio empty on purpose. Submit. Bios required. Required bio. Submit. And everything's good. We have validation. We have validation that only activates when we submit the form. We have way to show error messages with the errors object. And We can reset the form, we can log our values and do whatever we want with them. And that's the using the Formik form, using the use Formik hook. Alright, next we're going to use the Formik library to make a form in React, but this time instead of the use Formik hook, we will be using the Formik components. So again, we installed Formik last video, so if you want to follow along, make sure you install Formik, npm install Formik. So let's get our components from Formik. So we're going to import a couple of things from Formik. And what are we going to import? We're going to import Formik Form, field, and error message. Okay, let's start with some objects we're going to need. We're going to need a validation type from last video, validation error type, just a type that says, hey, this object could have any error messages for any of our fields. And for our fields, we'll also have initial values. Empty string for everything except for the color. Okay, so now let's do a const submit handler. This will be values type of initial form values. And arrow function console.log values. And to do reset form. Cool. And let's do a similar validation from the last video. Const validate is equal to values type of initial form values. Formik will not let the submit handler be called if the validate function fails. So it'll be an error object of type validation error type, which is empty. So if this error object is not empty, then we will not call the submit handler function. So const pull out all the fields. Email, username, password, color, bio. And then for each of these, we're doing some very simple validation here, just checking if they're empty. So if they're empty, if bio is empty, for example, we'll just attach errors.bio is bio is required. And then we return the error object. Of course, you want to do more precise validation, probably, like check if the email is actually a type of email. Or if the password is more than like 4 characters or something. Okay, so that's pretty much set up. Now let's go ahead and use these components we brought in, right? Formik, form, field, error message. So the first thing is we're gonna wrap our entire form with the Formik component. Okay. And Formik needs a couple of attributes. It needs initial values, which we already made in the beginning. It needs a onSubmit function, which is our submit handler. And it needs a validate function, which, well, it's not, validate is optional, but we have validation here. Okay. Now instead of our form, we're going to use the form from Formik, and my extension will automatically change it here. And then we need to change our inputs to the field type. And I think that might be, yeah. So let's change all our inputs to field. For our select, we have something special. We have to say as select. And for our text area, we'll say as text area. And we also need our error message component, which will live underneath every field. So error message name is going to be email, class name will be error, and then component will be small. So every input gets a error message. Copy, paste. Username. Password. Color and bio. Okay, I think that might be everything. Let's test it out. So just refresh. Oh yeah. So let's remove this default value for our select. Okay, so email giraffe@example.com. Username giraffe, password elevated, color green. Let's leave bio empty for a validation check. Bio's required bio. Submit. Okay, so our validation passes, our values are submitted, and then I guess the last thing we want to do here is to reset the form. And what we could do is we could pass a second parameter to submit handler called we can destructure the reset form, and reset form will be typed as a function. It returns void, and then we'll just call reset form, all from the format documentation. So let's submit it one more time. There we go. Validation, Formik components, submit handler, reset form. All right, on to the next video. Okay, last video on Formik. This one's not directly related to Formik, but we are going to use the yup validation library in conjunction with Formik to make a nice validation with our forms. So we're going to install yup. Yup is very similar to Zod. I guess Zod's a little bit more popular these days. We're going to make videos on Zod a little later. But I feel like yup is just as great of a library to use for validation. So we have a basic form here using Formik. We just have our fields. We have no validation right now. Once we submit the form, we will log them and we will reset the form. And we are using the components, which I set up in the last video. In the last video, we had very simple validation that just said, if the string is empty, don't submit the form. Here, we're going to have some real validation. So let me double check if I installed yup. I did. So let's import yup. Import star as yup from yup. And so with yup, we have to create a schema. So let's do that outside of the component. Const form schema is equal to yup dot object dot shape, and then we start creating our validation the way we want it, right? So for each of our fields, so email will be yup dot string dot email dot required, and then we can attach a message. So email is required. Next we'll do username yup dot string dot required dot minimum of length 6. Username is too short. It should be 6 characters minimum. Password, I'm going to pretty much write the exact same thing as username, so let's do that. Password is too short. So color, a little bit more special. It has to be a string, and it has to be one of red, blue, or green. and it's required, and we can say color is required. And then last is bio, dot string dot required, bio is required. So this is our validation schema. We can make it way more precise if we wanted to, but this is pretty decent, and it's a much bigger step than just checking if the string is empty. Especially with this helpful email method, we can easily check if the input's an email. So now that we have our form schema, where can we use that? We can put it in our Formik component right here under validation schema, form schema, and that's it. Using that, now Formik and Yelp are working together to create a nice validation. So let's press submit, and here we go. Email is required, username is required. So it's gonna give different inputs based on the error that we have. So for example, usernames, let's type in some stuff. Giraffe@example.com. Username is required. So let's type in sure. It's too short. See, as you can see, it's changing it on each input, which some people might like, but I think it creates unnecessary re-renders. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I want to not have it re-render on every single input, so I'm gonna attach validate on change to false. So let's try. Okay, and it's also gonna validate it once we leave the field. And to not have that happen, we'll do validate on blur is false. So now it's only gonna validate when we submit it. So let's type in giraffe. Let's type in a very short password. 1, 2, 3. Color, we'll just make it blue. Bio, hello. Submit. So when we submit this, it should say password is too short. Right, password is too short. Should be 6 characters minimum. 4, 5, 6. Submit. And our validation passes. It checks through, it makes sure it goes through all this validation. Then we call our submit handler. Only when the validation passes, we will log our values, and then we call the reset form function. Or you don't have to reset the form if you don't want to. Depends on what you're doing in your application. So there you go. That's using Yup validation with the Formik library in conjunction with each other. Very similar to using React hook form with Zod, which we'll do in the future. All right, the next two forms, we're going to utilize the React router, aka React Router DOM. The first form, we're going to make it so that we can save our form inputs inside the URL so they can be shared and pre-filled automatically. So let's go ahead and start with the installing. npm install React Router DOM. And in order to use the functionality of React Router DOM, we have to create a router. So let's go ahead and do that. So const router is equal to create browser router. So React Router DOM has lots of different kinds of routers. The one we're going to use is the create browser router. Okay, so inside create browser router, we're going to use create routes from elements. Okay, and then so let's create our first route using the route component from React Router DOM. Our path will be just slash. Element will be let's see here, a query parameters form. And that's it. And then so instead of using the component straight directly in our app, we are going to use our router with the router provider component. Router. So now our query parameters form lives inside of our router. So now we can use the functionality of React Router DOM inside of our query parameters form. So now our form does nothing special right now. It just lives in the router now. Okay, so now let's jump into the form. And one issue with this is that we have a password field, and ideally This kind of form you wouldn't want to put in the URL because you wouldn't want the password in the URL. So let's pretend our boss still wants us to do it this way, but we'll treat the password form field separately. Okay, so the main point of React Router DOM for this case is you want to use a special hook called use search params. Okay, and we can structure just like use state, search params, and set search params. Awesome. Now let's create a function called handle change. And this will take in an event. And we can type it as react.change event as input elements. This will be a special type. Let's go ahead and make that. Because we're working with different kind of input elements. So we're working with regular inputs, we're working with select, and we're working with text area. So let's cover all three of those in one type. Input elements. Awesome. Okay. So now inside of our event.target, we can pull out two things. We can pull out the name and the value. And we can do this because we gave each of our inputs a name field. So when we change the value of our email input, the name will be email and the value will be whatever we type inside of the email input. So what we want to do with this is use the search params.set method, and we'll pass in the name as the first argument and value as the second argument. And then we will then call set search params. After we change the search params, let's go ahead and set the search params to the newly changed search params. And this is all we need to do to change the state in the URL. So let's go ahead and do that for each of our inputs, except for password. So on change, handle change. Save. On change, handle change. Skip the password. Select on change, handle change, and for text area, on change, handle change. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and look at our form and let's type inside of it. So giraffe@example.com. We see now that it's being changed inside of the URL. Username, giraffe. Password, should not do anything. Color, green, blue. Now it doesn't start off as red, so that might be an issue, but that can be fixed with different ways. We can explore that later. Bio, this is my bio. Okay, so now that we have this, I want to give it to my friends, right? And say, hey, check out this form. It's already pre-filled for you. Just got to put in your password. So you send it to them and say, okay, cool. The information's in the URL. That's fine. But we don't have anything in our form. So it's not really that helpful. So what we can do is use the search params object to set default values. So default value is search params.get email. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, just put an empty string. And we'll do the same thing for username. Get the username from our search params if it exists. And then we'll do the same for color. So this time we'll do red. And then text area, bio. Save. And now we have our form pre-filled. Let's try it again. Let's change this to Bob, blue. This is my Bob. Okay, make a new tab. Here, my friend, take this link. It's a pre-filled form. Nice. So now they have to put in their password. Again, this is not the type of form you'd probably use this for. Probably something more like, I don't know, like a volunteering form of some sort or something. Anyways, now that we can set our values, let's go ahead and create a submit handler. What's the point of values if we can't do anything with them? So this is nothing special. React.form event, HTML form element. Let's give our submit handler to our form. On submit handler, and are we missing something? Oh, it should be a colon. React.form event, HTML form element. Okay. E.prevent defaults to prevent the native refresh. const form data is equal to object.fromEntries. So we can take the form data from our search params. And then let's do a couple things. Let's say const color is equal to form data dot get color if it exists. Form data dot color. So if our color exists, we'll just use the color it already has. Otherwise, we'll use red. This will cover the case where we don't select anything in the beginning. And then password, we'll use, let's just use document.getElement by ID. And we gave our password field a ID, I believe. Right here, ID a password. And we can create our data. Data is equal to form data, color, and password will be password dot value. Password is possibly null, so we can say as HTML input element. And let's log the data. Let's see what we get. Secret. Submit. There we go. Our values are good. And then if we want to reset the form, we can do set search params to undefined. And we can do password dot value is equal to an empty string, because we have to take care of the password separately. And submit. Set search params undefined. Okay, so that does not work. Because our let's try an empty object. Okay, so we need to find another way to reset this form. Let's just do it this way. Let's do e.target current target dot reset. That should work out. Okay. So a little hiccup there with the resetting form. There's probably multiple ways to do this, but this will take care of clearing the form in the URL and the form itself. So yeah, that's how you can use state in the query params. Pretty cool. Like I said, you can just give your friend a link and the form values will be pre-filled. Very helpful stuff. All right, next form, we're going to utilize the React Router form component. So React Router has their own form component. So we're going to see how that works. If you haven't already, go ahead and install React Router DOM. We did that in the last episode, or last video. Episode sounds weird. Yeah, so just a base form here, nothing special. Let's go ahead and take this element and let's put it inside of a router. So I'm going to create a new router, different from last video. Create browser router. Create routes from elements, and then our route will be a path of the home page, and our element will be query parameters. React Router form. React Router form. Okay, let's see if I can maybe write it out like this. No, it doesn't like that. Okay, so then that's our router. Let's go ahead and use our router provider and pass in the router. Router. Okay, so now nothing's changed here with our form, but now our element lives inside the router. So we can utilize React Router DOM's stuff. So let's jump into our form. And the first thing we're going to do is, instead of using the native HTML form element, we'll use the form component from React Router DOM. Okay, and then we need to give all of our elements names, or all of our inputs name attributes, which is already done. So email is a name attribute of email, username is name, attribute is username, etc. And then we can pass in to our form a method, we'll just say post, and a action, we'll just do to the home route. We'll keep the action to the same route as where our element lives. Okay, so now we need to create what's called an action. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's create a new folder called actions. New file. Let's just call it a sign up action .ts. Okay, so we're gonna export const sign up action is equal to, it's an async. Let's pretend we're sending it to a database or something. And we're gonna get a request object that we can destructure. And this will be able to type action function args from React Router DOM. And then we can get the form data from this request. So we can do await request.form data. And then we can get all the values using the nice object.fromEntries method. Form data. So I guess here, I'm not going to do it here, but here you can do your validation check. And then let's just log our values. Console.log values, and then send to database or API. ... And then we return null here. React Router DOM needs you to return null or something. For now, we'll just return null because we're not doing anything with the data. Okay, so that's our action. So what do we do with this action? We need to attach it to our route. So we're going to do it inside of our route. So we have a path, we have an element, but then we also have an attribute called action, and we can use our sign up action. Sign up action. So now we have our action attached to our route, home route or slash. So we're calling the action here when we submit the form. So now let's go ahead and use the form. So our email, let's just use our usual giraffe at example.com. Username giraffe, password elevated, color we can do blue. I am a giraffe, and submit. And we get our values here. And that's it. That's how we use the built-in form component, and we use the methods and action attribute. But this is very similar to Next.js, actually, because I learned about this after using Next.js. I think it's a really cool feature that people probably don't know with React Router DOM if they just use it for routes. But yeah, we nicely use the action attribute to send our data wherever we need to. In terms of error handling and resets, I would go to documentation for that. For now, we're just doing a simple logging of the values. Yeah, awesome. That's React Router DOM. It's a form element. Really cool stuff, in my opinion. Okay, so the next type of form we're going to make is a local storage form. We're going to utilize the local storage to save our form states. So let's start by getting what we have in our local storage. So if we open up our Chrome DevTools, we can go to Application, Local Storage, and right now we have nothing in here, no key values. So we can create a function called get current storage, and we can say storage is equal to local storage dot get item. We're going to store it as form data. You can name whatever you want, but you'll see where form data comes into play. And then if we have storage, we'll return json.parse storage. So everything in local storage has to be a string, so we have to parse it to get as an object. If there's no storage, so it could be null, like it is right now. We just return an empty object. Okay, so we have to give everything a name attribute, which we already have done. Name, email, name, username, etc. And then let's create a get initial values function. So const get initial value. So we'll take a name, which will be a string, and we'll just grab our current storage, get current storage, and we'll return current storage dot our name. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that for all of our values. This will be our default values. So email will be default value, get initial value of email, or empty string. Same for our username. Like last couple videos ago, we don't want to keep our password in local storage, ideally. Again, it's a bad form to use for local storage. Plus, pretend our boss wants us to use local storage, but we'll treat the password separately. So we won't do anything with the password field with local storage. So it'll be color, default value will be red, and then bio, default value will be empty string. Save, and let's refresh the page. Nothing should change. Okay. Okay, so now let's create a handle change function. So what happens when we change the value in our inputs? So handle change, this will be a event, react.change event, HTML, no, we'll make a custom one, input elements. Okay, and let's create that type real quick again. So type input elements will be either an HTML input element, or an HTML select element, or an HTML text area. Okay, and from here we can pull out the name and value of our event.target, and the only reason we can do that is because we gave every input a name. And then we can do const current storage is equal to get current storage, and then const new storage will be, we will spread the current storage, and we will then add to our new storage the value if it exists, otherwise we'll overwrite it. And then local storage dot set item. This is the local storage API. We're going to set an item called form data. That's the key we're giving it. We can call it blah blah blah, whatever we want. And then we will stringify the new storage. Again, anything in local storage has to be saved as a string. So we have to stringify it, and when we grab it back, we will be parsing it here. So again, get the name and value every time we change the input. Grab the current storage, make a copy of it, then if the input we're currently changing exists, we'll overwrite it, otherwise we'll create it. And then in our local storage, we'll set the item called form data as all that form data stringified. And when we grab it again, we'll grab it here, and this right now this will be a string, or null. If it's a string, that means it exists, and we can return it parsed. If it doesn't exist, then let's return an empty object. Awesome, so let's attach handle change to our inputs. So on change, handle change. Copy, paste, we're not doing it for the password. Save. Okay, so let's test it out. So let's type it. GI, we can see here in our local storage, we're saving it here. Username, graph, password, nothing happens, color, green, bio, green, green, green. Gets cut off here, but we can see it here. And now, the cool thing about this is that it's saved in local storage, and we're setting our default value to our initial value we get from the local storage. If we refresh the page, all of our information is preserved. I'll make a new tab. All of our information is still here because it's still in local storage and we're getting our default values from local storage. So that's pretty cool. Again, depending on the kind of form you're using, maybe it's kind of dangerous to keep in local storage, but it depends on your form. But I think it's a cool way to use this, especially when it's not sensitive data. I think using local storage to save form data could be really helpful, especially if it's like a long form and a user accidentally refreshes the page. It might be helpful to not, retype everything out. Okay, so that's setting the values, keeping them. Let's go ahead and create a submit function as usual. Submit handler is equal to e react.form event HTML form element. Let's go ahead and attach our submit handler to our form. On submit. Awesome. Let's prevent default so it doesn't refresh. Let's get form data is equal to get current storage. So this current storage function that we made, very helpful. We're using it all over the place. So when I want my form data, I always get the current storage. And we have to make sure of one thing. We just need to check const color will be equal to form data dot color or red, just in case color never saves. And then password, again, we never took care of that. So let's use query selector this time. I'll just say input with the ID of password as HTML input element for TypeScript. And then const data is equal to spread the form data, put the color, password will be equal to password dot value, yes. And then we can log it. Let's log it real quick. Secret. Submit. Here we go. Email, username, password, bio, color. Great. And then we can do local storage dot clear. This will clear the storage. And then e.target as HTML form element for TypeScript. And then we can reset the form using the event. So submit. Let me do it one more time. Let's refresh the page. Test at example.com. Test. Submit. Perfect. Then if you go to our local storage, it should be empty because we did local storage.clear. And if we type something back, hello, we have state saved again in the local storage. And if we refresh the page, we will have it there forever. So a quick little note between local storage and session storage. So local storage will save until I clear it. So if I go ahead and close my browser completely, and I open up a new browser, right, if I bring it back and I open my website again, localhost 5173, well, this is a little different because we're using the guest thing with Chrome. So let me actually not use guest. Let's use my actual Chrome account. So 1 second here. Pull that up. Alright, so if I type in Billy here, application, local storage, let's clear some of this stuff. Alright, so here we have username of Billy, and this is in local storage. So if I go ahead and close my browser and open back up Chrome again, and if I go to localhost 5173, we'll see that Billy is still saved here in my local storage, even though I closed the browser. But if I use session storage, it will, let's just see what happens. So let's do, can I just replace everything? So let's just do, let's find local storage. 2, 3 session storage. So I replaced all the session storage, local storage with session storage. The API is pretty much the same. .clear, .setItem, .getItem. So let's go to our session storage, and it's empty. So let's go ahead and type in Billy2. So now, if I refresh the page, we still have Billy2 from our session storage. Let's go. I'm gonna clear my local storage just to keep it separate. So our local storage is empty, so we're not using local storage, and our session storage has Billy2. If I refresh the page, it's all good. I can refresh the page. But if I close the browser and reopen it, now it's gone. Because session storage doesn't preserve on the browser closing. So that's another thing you should keep in mind. Maybe session storage is better for your use case. If the user is filling out a form and they refresh the page, is it okay if they keep the data in the form? Yes or no? If the user closes their browser completely, restarts their computer or something, should they keep the data? Just things to keep in mind. So local storage is more persistent than session storage. Yeah. That's it for local storage and session storage forms. Okay, so next we're going to make a multi-page form. I personally never really had to make one of these forms. So maybe this might not be the best practice, but what I'm going to show here does get the job done, and I think it's a pretty simple solution. So let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to turn this 5 input form into 3 pages. So we're going to use the power of useState. So let's start with creating pages. So let's create a useState which will manage our pages, and we'll start on page 1. So page and set page. And let's separate our inputs so that only some things appear on some pages. So let's start with the email input. So we'll only show the email if the page is equal to 1. Put that right here. Okay. And then we'll show the username and password fields if page is equal to 2. So let's put it right here. And it's going to complain because we have 2 elements here. So let's go ahead and wrap it around a React fragment. Okay. And then our last 2 elements are color and bio, only if we're on page 3. And again, we have to wrap it around a React fragment. So let's go ahead and do that. Awesome. Okay. So if I change this manually to page 2, we should have this page and then page 3. Okay. Looks good. And then what else will we need? Let me see here. Okay, so we're going to need some buttons. Multiple buttons here. So let's deal with that. So if our page is greater than 1, we'll have a button, so class name button. And make sure you write type button so the form doesn't submit, because this is just a regular button. It's not our submission button. And this will be previous. On click, we will set the page to page -1. Okay. If our page is less than 3, we will have another button. Let's copy this one. where we set the page to page +1. Next. Next. Okay, so let's try it out. Next. Next. Previous. Previous. Okay. And we only want to submit this if we're on page equal to 3. Okay, so next, next, submit, and previous, previous, previous. Okay, so that can take care of the buttons. Now, how do I want to, okay, so let's create some state to hold our form values. Otherwise, what's the point? So, const form data, set form data, or use state again. Use state, we'll create an initial values object. Const initial values. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. It's just empty string for everything except for color will be red. And then for each of our inputs, we'll have a value and then a on change. So let's go here. Input value is equal to form data.email on change set form data to form data email e.target.value. Just copy this for everything. This would be username. This would be password. Color, and this will be bio. So let's go ahead and create a submit handler. Let's see if we can grab these values. On submit, handle submit, const handle submit is equal to event, a form event based on the HTML form element. Prevent default, and let's just log the form data. Let's try it out. So giraffe at example.com. Next page, username giraffe, password elevated. Next page, favorite color, let's leave it at red. And let's say bio is I am a giraffe. Submit. There you go. So we got our values. So one thing to note is, let's go to our first page. If I'm typing my email and press the enter button, it's going to submit the form. As you can see here, it's logging ×9. So we can create a little function here to make sure it doesn't submit on enter. So we call it prevent submit on enter e.react.keyboard event input type. If e.key is equal to enter, we just prevent default. So input type is, again, we have to make that type. Input type is either HTML input element or HTML select element or HTML text area element. So we're going to go ahead and put this on each form. Input, so on key down, prevent submit on enter. On key down, prevent submit on enter. On key down, prevent submit on enter. I'm trying to see if I need to do this on the select and the, no need to do it on select and the, let's double check that real quick. Now that I press enter, it's not submitting. Next, if I press enter here, that's fine, and here it's fine too. So here we really only need the HTML input element. So we don't even need this type at all. Because if we press enter in the text area, we want to go to the next line. And if we press enter and select element, it looks like it doesn't do anything. So yeah, this is a multi-page form. It's a very simple solution. You can make it a lot more pretty with CSS and stuff. If You can show like how many pages are left. And if you go through each page and you mess up, want to go back, the information is still here because we save it all in the state. So these are all controlled inputs. That's what helps keep us. That's what keeps the form values persistent through the pages. And it's not literal pages. We're just switching out what components are being shown with the page number and our page state. So yeah, it's a very simple solution to do a multi-page form. Okay, so this is the last form in our Vite forms. We'll be switching to Next.js after this. Granted, all the forms that we've used in Vite can also be used in Next.js, and a majority of the forms we use in Next.js can also be used in Vite. I'm just trying to change it up a little bit. So this last form we're going to use in Vite is called a ref form. So we're just going to use, instead of a bunch of use states, we're going to use a bunch of use ref. And it's going to get really repetitive. So instead of our usual 5 input form, let's just go ahead and use just the first 3. Email, username, and password. It's going to be exactly the same. That's why. So ref form. So instead of use state, let's use ref. So let's go and do that. So const email ref is equal to use ref, HTML input element, TypeScript, and then we'll have three of these: email ref, username ref, and then password ref. And then we'll just attach each of these refs to our inputs. So right here, ref is email ref. Ref is username ref, and password ref is password ref. There we go. Now we have a reference to all 3 variables. Inputs. Let's create a submit handler. Nothing special here. We've been doing this React.form event. HTML form element. Prevent default. Let's create a little object called form data. Our email will be email ref.current.value. Of course, this could be null, even though we know it's not, because we made the element. I think it should be a comma. So let's use a optional chaining here. And then let's do username ref, password ref. And we can log our form data, attach our submit handler, of course, and let's see what we get. So giraffe at example.com, giraffe ref, submit, and there we go. That's our form data from our refs, email, username, password. And let's go ahead and to reset the form, we can use our event directly from the form object. e.currentTarget.reset. So submit it again. Forms reset. And take care of your data, send it to your API, your validation, whatever you need to do. And yeah, very similar to useState, except we're using useRef. Just another hook to have in your toolkit. Another way to do forms. All right, so that was fun. Let's move on to Next.js and show some forms in Next.js.
All right, let's get started with a new set of forms. So we're going to move on to using Next.js just to really change things up. But a couple of things are Next.js exclusives, especially when we get talking about server actions. But a good chunk of these upcoming form videos, they will apply to regular React, so they're not Next.js exclusives, so you don't need to worry about that. So we're going to go ahead and install Next.js. I'm going to use the pnpm. And I'm going to just call the project Next.js forms. TypeScript, yes. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. App router, yes. Alias, no. Okay, so let it install. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and cd into the folder, and I'm gonna open it up in another VS Code terminal. Okay, and now let's go ahead and run up the dev server. So it's gonna be a npm dev. Localhost 3000. Okay, so in this video, we're just going to set up the base form and the stylings, and that's pretty much it. So this is Next.js's default homepage. We're not even going to really come to the website. So we're going to make a new folder called forms and make a new file in there called page.tsx. And what's called this forms page. It just forms is fine. So that's the endpoint we're going to be working at. /forms. I'm going to remove all these default stylings. Let's just change the background real quick so we don't have to stare at a light background. So we'll do BG, do zinc 950, text white. Okay, that's nice. All right, so we'll come back to this page in a second. I just want to make a components folder, and then let's just flesh out our form. New file, base form. Actually, I want to install two things real quick. So let me open up a new terminal. I'm going to install the Tailwind Forms plugin. So npm install dependency at Tailwind CSS Forms. And then I can go to my Tailwind config, just add it as a plugin. So we'll give some pre-styled styles to our forms. Add Tailwind, require. Actually, let me turn Copilot off. Or I guess I don't have it on, whatever. And I want to install Tailwind's Prettier plugin. So you can automatically format the Tailwind styles. And that's going to make a new .prettierrc. Missing an R. Put the plugins in here. Okay, that's done. Okay, and now let's start setting up the form. I know for every form I'm going to have a form title, so I'm going to make that a separate component. REFC form title. It's going to be form title props. It's just going to take in a title. Title. Actually, maybe I'll just do it as the children. I feel like that makes more sense. React node. Okay. Keep it symmetrical with the regular h1. Okay, so h1 class name, text 3xl, tracking tight, font bold, margin bottom 5, text center, and max width, I don't know, 350 pixels. Okay, so now let's go to our form. Let's see it live being made, so we can put it right here. Base form. Okay, so div is fine. Here, we're gonna have a form title, and it's gonna be called base form. Cool, and then we can have a form component with padding 5, background white, text black, rounded XL, flex, gap 5, flex column, and max width 350 pixels. I was worried about that last one. Let's all right. Max width 350 pixels. Rounded XL, maybe rounded OG. MD. Okay, and let's see here. Now we're gonna have a div. Class name flex call, and we need labels and inputs. So label HTML4. So this is going to be a somewhat of a sign out, a checkout form, like for shopping. So it'd be cardholder, cardholder's name, input ID is cardholder, and it was copy us down 4 times. So next one is card number. Type be number. Next we have expiration date. Type would be month. Valid through. And we have CVV, which I don't know what that stands for. This is also a number. And then we'll need a button to submit. So button type equals submit. And then complete purchase. Let's make the button a separate component. I think that'll help us out later. So we'll call this base form submit button. Base form submit button. And this one will also take just children. Base type base form submit button react node. Props. Button type would be submit. Class name, I'm gonna give it a BG blue 500. On hover enabled BG sorry, close this. So yeah, hover enabled. Why is the class not showing? Let's see. BG blue 700. Then we have text white. Font bold. PY2, PX4, rounded. Disabled will have opacity 50. And disabled cursor not allowed. Something's wrong with my... Oh, this should be a quote right here. Okay. Let's import this in. Instead of this, we'll have our button. Oh, it's called base form submit button. Okay, cool. That's our form. Let's center this. So maybe, how can we do this? Let's just do class name MX Auto. No, So we're going to go to our layout file, I believe, and we'll need to do min height screen grid place item center. There you go. Now let's just bring it up a little bit so we can do that with here. Margin, negative margin top 8. Okay. 16. 32. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is our form. And let's just go ahead and set up a home page of some sort. So we're going to have a constant called links, which will be an array of our links. So the first form we're going to be working with will be called, let's see here. In my notes, we have it as /route handler form. So we can call this the label of route handler. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and map a list of our return links dot map. We'll pull out the href from the label, and we will return a link component from next link, where the key will be the href, and the href will also be the href, and the text will be a label. And we don't see it on the screen. Is this because it needs to be text white? Let's see here. Class name, text white. So I don't know why it's not showing. Let's try putting a div. And wrapping this in. So we do, oh, I see. This should be parentheses. There you go. Route handler. And let's just style this a little bit so we can have like class name space y5 for. We don't need text white, I don't think so. We just need to do text XL. Font, semi-bold, tracking type. And then we can do form title here too, why not? Forms. Cool, okay. Hover opacity. Cool. All right, this is good. And then one last thing I want to do is in the layout, I want to put a element just to go home. Link. Href is home. Home. So we name absolute. Top 5, left 5. Relative. Just dial it a little bit more. We'll give it a P, PX2, PY1, border, rounded. Hover, BG, white, hover, BG white, hover, text, zinc, 950. Let me see what that looks like. Alright, that's okay. We can do that. Okay, and then let's just do transition. And we'll stick a transition on the links here and a transition on the base form. No, the base form submit button. Transition. All right. So that's pretty much it. Let's make this link right here. As you know, we'll do it in the next video. So yeah, this is the base form. Again, let's take a quick look at that base form. All right, so a nice styled form. We have cardholder's name, cardholder's name, card number, valid through, and TBV, and you complete the purchase. And everything's gonna bother me. I'm going to actually round all the inputs. So let's do that real quick. Class name, rounded. Okay. All right, so next video, we're gonna start working on the form. First form is gonna be the route handler form. Okay, let's get started with our first form using Next.js. We're going to use what I call a route handler form. So we're going to be utilizing Next.js's route handlers. So to make that route, we'll make a new folder called route handler. And inside that folder, we'll put a page.tsx. Let's call this page. And I'm going to annotate it right here with route handler form. And let's go to that page. So I did something wrong, looks like. I need to go back to my home page that we're using, and instead of href, it should be /forms/ Let's try that again. Oh, and the home page should not be the home page. It should be the forms page. All right, so route handler, perfect. Okay, so we are going to just keep the div here, and we can make it a main tag. And we're going to put in that form title we created in the last video. And we're just going to call this route handler form. Okay, and then we are going to create a form component. And we'll put it right in the same folder. So new file, form dot, let's just call it let's name it a little better. Route handler form .tsx. Route handler form route handler. Okay, and yeah, so we're gonna keep the form in a separate file. There's nothing else going on this page, just the title and the form. And let's work only in this file now. And we're gonna start off by going to our base form and copying everything, pasting it in. We don't need this. We will need this. Okay, and our title is gone. Oh, because it's margin top. Okay, that is okay. Let's leave it like that. And I'll remove this from the base form. Okay, so we are going to use hooks in this component, which means for Next.js we have to declare it as a use client. So we're going to use the use date hook to manage our form. Const use date. And let's just give it some initial values. Let's just give it, Actually, do I care about resetting the form? Sure, why not? So let's do const initial values equal to card holder, be string, card number, be string, expiration date, be string, and CVV. Okay, use date will be the initial values. And we will have our form data and our set form data. And let's go ahead and hook up our inputs to be controlled. So value will be formed data dot card holder, and on change set form data to spread the form data, and we'll change the card holder to e.target.value. And we do the same thing for the other three fields. So let's copy that. And we'll just change card holder here to expiration date, the card number, and this one to CVV. Okay, so now we have a controlled form, and we're going to need some other things here. We're going to need a loading state, loading, set loading, use state false. Let's do constant error state, and a success state. And let's stick our error and success right below the form and above the first input. So div, class name h5, text center, and if we have an error, we input a small tag, the class name text yellow 700, font bold. I don't like to use red for errors. I like yellow. I think it's a little bit less harsh. And then let's see what that looks like actually. Error. Oh, sorry, these should be empty states. False. Bold. Maybe semi-bold. Or maybe not bold at all. And maybe 600. 700 should be good. Small. It's kind of small. Text. Let's change to maybe an H6. Or a piece of P tag. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll do the exact same thing, but for success. And we'll make this a green. And these should both be empty strings. Okay. So, yeah, that's what this little space up here is for. That way it won't shift anything. It doesn't look the best, but I think it's okay for now. I guess we could do, no, it's fine. Leave it alone. Okay, so that's the form pretty much. So let's create a handle submit for our form. Async react.form. So this form is basically going to be similar to if you had your own backend Express server, and this is kind of the way you would go about doing it. So we'll do e.prevent default. And let's pass the handle submit to our form. On submit, handle submit. And then we will do some loading is true. Set error to empty and set success to empty. And then let's go to our button, and we will pass down our, okay, actually, we're gonna copy and paste the button directly into the file. And for children, we'll just say complete purchase. And then we will do disabled is equal to loading. Cool. And so now we want to do our fetch, right? So const response is equal to await fetch API/forms. And we could call it a method post, and headers content type application JSON, and then the body will be json.stringify our form data. Okay, so before we continue from here, so maybe here you would do some kind of validation check. We're not going to do that here. And now we have to say, so where's our backend? Where's our API form? So Next.js is kind of like a full stack framework in itself, so we can create routes that live on the server. So the convention is to make a folder called API, I mean. And in there, we create our routes. One thing I realized I'm going to change real quick is that the components folder should not be in this app folder. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it's better for it not to be, because only routes and pages really should be in the app folder. So I'm going to go ahead and drag this out. And I'm going to update the imports, and hopefully, thank you, VS Code. Okay, so in our API, we're going to create another folder called forms. Yeah. And inside the forms folder, we're going to create not a page.txt, but a route.ts. Okay, and this is where we can do stuff similar to an Express server or like our own backend. So this is our path. So this is the AP. This is to get to this endpoint. It'll be, you know, /API/forms. And so we can do get, post, patch, delete request, but we're just going to do one simple post request. So export async function, and we call the name of our method that we use post. Request is a request from, we can keep it as the built-in request type. I think it's fine. So const data is equal to await request.json. We can call it form data because we know what it's going to be. And I'm going to add a delay here, so mock delay, so I can show you guys what the loading state is going to do in the button. So like in real life, it would probably take a few seconds for your form to submit. So just resolve, set timeout, resolve. Let's do 2 seconds. Okay, and then let's do const. Let's extract everything from the form data. Card holder, card number, expiration date, CVV. We can go ahead and log it. Console.log. Okay. We can make it a little bit more explicit too. We can say we're in the post /API/forms. It just might not log the way we want it to actually, but so let's just get rid of that actually. Okay, and then let's do, here's a simple validation check we could do. If there's no card holder or no card number or no expiration date, or no CVV. Then we'll return an error. Return response dot JSON error. Please check your information again. And then we can do, I think, status 400. That might not be the right error code, but let's disregard that for now. Otherwise, we can do next response, or sorry, just response dot JSON success. Thank you for your purchase. Status 201. All right, so we get the form data from our backend. We fake a 2-second wait time. We're gonna log our data just to see what we're getting. And since we're on the server, our logs are actually gonna come up here in the dev console terminal, not in the Chrome DevTools. Then if we don't, we'll do, this is our validation, very weak validation, just checking if we're missing any of these values, then return a error response. And otherwise, if the validation passes, we'll just return a success response. Thank you for your purchase. You know, and here you do whatever you want to do with the data. So let's follow up on that. So we're gonna make a response. We're gonna get a response back from the API call, post method. We're calling it here. We're telling it the content type. We're sending the form data, and then we want that JSON back, right? So const JSON equals to await response dot JSON. And do I need to? It is async, so that's good. Make sure to make this async. And then so if JSON.error, then we'll just set error to JSON.error and return. Or we can also do set loading false. If JSON.success, we can do set success to JSON.success. We can do set loading to false. We can do set form data to initial values. Initial, I spelled initial wrong. Yes, I did. Initial values, and then we don't need to return, but keep it symmetrical, I guess. All right, so let's test it out. So let's just put in some bad information first. Let's call it, I don't know, John Doe. Car number 111 222 323 444. Valid through February 2025. And we'll keep CVV blank, okay? So let's complete the purchase. Look at the button. It's going to be a loading state once I click submit. That's 2 seconds acting. And no, please check your information again. And we can see here our form data got logged in the back. This is in the back end. If we go to our route, see, we can see it logged here. This is all in the back end. If we see the Chrome console here, we don't have anything. Well, this is Firefox, but this is Chrome actually, yeah. And then so let's put a real CVV, I don't know, 555, complete purchase. Thank you for your purchase, everything submitted. All right, so that's how we do route handlers in Next.js. That's how we deal with forms. That's how we do error and success states, and that's how we can do loading. So yeah, and here, like again, this is just like an Express backend. You can call your MongoDB database, your Postgres database, or do any server-side related things here, which is really a cool thing to do with Next.js. All right, next form is the big deal with Next.js. It's the server actions. And so server actions let us basically do what we did in the last video with the route handlers, a lot more streamlined and easier. Basically, we can do stuff in the server without having to make full routes. So I just have the base form here, server action form. What did I call the last form? All right, cool. So yeah, server action form. And so here, we are not going to declare a use client directive because we're going to keep everything on the server. And so in order for this to work, we have to do two things. First, we have to give each input a name. So let's go ahead and just do that real quick. Name is card holder. Name is card number. Name is expiration date. So these names is what the form data will use as keys when we get the data. So it's probably good to keep them as the what you would want them to be in the database as, to make your life a little easier. Okay, and the next thing we have to do is create a handle submit. I'm gonna call it a action because we're doing form actions. So server actions have to be async, and they have to have this use server directive inside of them. So we are going to get form data because that's what an action can give us. We can attach other information, but in this case, form data works perfectly for us because we're working with forms. So in the form, we want to use the action attribute, not the onSubmit attribute. Okay, so we've attached our action to our server action. All right, so now we can basically get all of our data. So let's just do that. So const cardholder is equal to form data dot get cardholder, and that's pretty much it. We'll do that for each of our inputs: card number, expiration date, and CVV. Let's go ahead and log all this. Console.log, card holder, card number, expiration date, and CVV. So let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and log this all. So giraffe 111, 222, 223, 444, valid through, I don't know, through April 2025, CVV 555, complete purchase. Cool. So we have our data logged. We can see down here in the terminal. So that comes through nicely, and that's pretty much what we can do here. So it's not, because we're keeping everything on the server and we're not using clients, we can't really use that much JavaScript to really reset the form or anything. But usually in this kind of a form, you would just want to redirect the user anyways. So what you could do is redirect the user. But before I show that, I just want to show another way that you can work with form data instead of using .get on each input. You can also do const, called form data. Called form data object is equal to object dot from entries to form data. I can go and log this. So let's submit it again. There we go, same information, all in one line. This might be better depending on your use case. Maybe you want to deal with each input separately. Maybe you want to do some validation or coercion to different types. Because right now they're all going to be strings. So okay, so now here we can do what I said before. We can redirect the page. So let's just redirect them to the forms. And we can use redirect from next navigation. Let's go ahead and try that out. Complete the purchase. Let's do a let's do a quick delay just to keep it await new promise resolve set timeout resolve 2000. Simulate a 2-second sleep. There we go. And complete. And there we go. Back to the forms. So that's the server actions. And so one more thing I want to show with server actions is that yes, we can keep it in the same file and then use this use server directive, but if we want to keep things more clean in our files, we actually could create a new file, which is what we do, which is what I do most of the time, called actions. And in here, we can put our action. So I'm just gonna call it, I'll keep it as action for now. Export, let's say we call it submit action. And you could keep the use server here, or if you have a bunch of other server actions you're gonna put later, you can just go ahead and stick it at the top of your file. And that's another benefit of using a separate file. So now everything in this file can be your server actions. So we have to import that now. We called it form action, I believe. No, what did we call it? Submit action. Submit action. There we go. And it should work about the same. Let's try it one more time. Testing. 101, 222, 223. It's now working. March 2027. CVV. Submit. And we're good. And here's our data logged. All right, so that's server actions. Really cool stuff, really new innovations by Next.js. All right, next form, we're going to continue working with server actions. But as you notice, the problem with server actions is that because everything's living on the server and we don't have a client component, we can't give that much user feedback to what's going on. Like when we click the submit button, like there's no styling or anything to notify that you actually click submit. So they can keep pressing the button over and over again. That's not a good experience. So with some of the newest React hooks, in combination with server actions, we can go ahead and create more better forms that give user feedback. So here's what we're going to do. I have the space form here, and all I did was give each input a name. That's it. So the first thing we want to do is I'm going to create a separate file for the form. I'm just going to call it a server action form. And right for now, all I'm going to do is copy the form from this page, paste it here. Here we'll have the server action form. Okay, and now I don't think I need to do anything in this file anymore. This file can stay a server file, and this file will become a client file. So we'll stick a use client directory at the top. And let's start by making our action. So I'm going to create a new file called actions.ts. And at the top, I'll write use server. And then I will do export async function. Let's call it something more semantic, so complete purchase. So we'll get our form data. And again, let's do that delay to simulate wait time. Wait new promise, resolve, set timeout. And let's get our data, form data, which will be object.fromEntries, form data. Let's destructure everything. Card holder, card number. Nothing's typed, so we don't get that extra help right now. But that's not really the idea of the video. Okay, and let's also just log the form data object. Okay, so we're logging the object, and let's do this simple validation check again, where we just check if we don't have anything, return this error. Expiration date. I will return success. Thank you for your purchase. Actually, right now we don't want to do any of this right now. Let's just log error, invalid form data. Okay, that's the server action. Let's hook it up to our form. Action equals complete purchase. Cool, and let's just do what we did before. Nothing special. It's not going to work. Okay, so, and here our stuff is logged. So we get to the action and our form data is logged. No problem. Okay, so the first thing we can do is let's make this button show some kind of loading state when you're submitting. And the way we can do that is we don't need to do this, but I think it's nicer to separate to a new file. So we'll call it a server action submit button. And this has to be a use client as well. Server action submit button. Let's hook it up. Okay, so in order to give our button some feedback, we have to give it this disabled state. But what will the disabled state be equal to? So we can use a hook called use form status. Use form status. So as long as this button lives in a form, we can get some properties out of this. And one is called pending. So if it's pending, we can give that to our disabled state. So let's go ahead and test that out now. Complete. So let's take a look at our button. Complete purchase. Now we're disabled because we're pending. And there we go. That's great. So that takes care of the user feedback with the button. Now how about error states? So to deal with error states, we can utilize another hook, which we'll do in the form action, and that's called use form state. So here's how use form state works. We want to give it the action that we want to use. So complete purchase is that action, and we want to give it an initial state. We don't really have one, so we can just call it undefined. Okay. And then we have to fix the TypeScripts in a second. So here we get the state, and we get the form action. So we can utilize this action here. Okay. And now, let's go back to our action. We have to change the TypeScript now. And so now this gets to a second parameter. And that's going to be called previous state of type form state. Form state. Oh, sorry. Form state's a type we have to create. Let's go ahead and do type form state is equal to this or undefined. So why is it not happy? Okay, so can we do this? No. So we can do return type with the form state. Right, so we're not returning anything. Okay, so that takes care of this side. So here we can do, if there's an error, return error, please check your information again. Okay. Otherwise, we could return a success. Thank you for your purchase. So this error and the success, let's just do error string success. So error and success will live in the form state, and the form state will be in this state right here. We can call this form state right now. And so we can log that. So let's do a use effect for now. And we'll just log the form state. Undefined. So again, like if we submit something, let's submit an empty form. Complete. Form state. Error. Please check your information again. Okay, so now we have access to this error from our action. So we can use that error. Let's go ahead and create that. Let me copy from the route handler form, the way we handle the errors. Right here. So we don't have error, we have state dot error and state dot success. Form state. Okay. So we'll need an error state here too. Const. Or do we need to do that? Let's see. Oh no, we don't. So let's commit purchase again. An error should show up here. Check your information again. And if it goes right, let's try giraffe. November 23. Complete. Thank you for your purchase. So that's how we got all this user feedback now. We have the loading state in the button, and we have error and success states all with server actions. So a couple of things that we can do to make it a little bit even more interactive is we could do a redirect and a form reset. So to do this, we'll use the router from Next navigation, and we'll use ref from React, which will be an HTML form element. Hook up this ref to our form. All right, so now let's keep an eye on the if ref.current and state.success. Form state.success. Let's do the following. Let's do a set timeout of router.push to forms. 1,000 seconds. Let's make it 2,000 seconds to make it more dramatic. We have to add router here. Okay, and before that, we'll do ref.current.reset. So let's test out this reset and our redirect. I can do router.replace. Why not? So card holder, giraffe, card numbers, 111, valid through 5, 20, 30, CVV 424. Okay, complete purchase, user feedback, get the message, the timeout should start and should redirect. There we go. And that's a nice little flow. And again, we just use server actions, which is the main thing, which is a lot more efficient than using submit handlers, because server actions can work even when the JavaScript is disabled. And you can learn more about that anyways. This is another way to do forms, server actions, but now we have very nice user feedback using the use form state hook and the use, where'd it go? Use form status hook with the button.
All right, so now we're going to be working with search parameters in Next.js. And so I made a different form here because I think it's a bit inappropriate to use a card checkout form to put card information in the URL. So instead we're going to be working with colors and sizes, you know, like a t-shirt styling form. And we get to play around with radio inputs and select inputs, which I don't know if I got to use before. And all I have right now is just a basic form, no event handlers or anything right now. And I'm just going to throw in a rounded here. Not here, sorry. On the input. Cool. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we have to get search params. So when you have a page component in Next.js, we actually have access to the search params as a prop that we can destructure. And Next.js has a way for us to type that out. So I'll go ahead and go to their documentation. And we can see here it's typed out as key, string, key value, where the key is a string, and then the value can be a string, an array of strings, or undefined. So we'll have to check if we have, for example, cont color is equal to search params dot color. And we'll do that later. So what I want to do first is I want to create some sort of indicator, and the best way to do this would be to remove the form title from the form itself and put it directly in our page. Form title, search params form. Okay, so what I want to put in between here is another component. We can call it display information. And this will be, we'll pass this two props, and we'll make it in the same component right below. So we'll call it function display information, and we can do type display information props. This is going to need a color, which can be either beige or navy or undefined. And then size can be either well, what are the options? We have, what the values are? Small, medium, large. Small, medium, large, or undefined. Cool. And let's type this out. Color, size. And we can return a paragraph tag, which will say, let's see here. Current style is going to be color. If we have a color, and then span
of color, color, and then we can have a space, and we'll have another span for size and span, size. We can wrap that in a parenthesis. Cool. So we're only going to see this if we have a color or size. So we can do if no color and no size, return null, or we can return empty fragment. Otherwise we can return this. There you go. And we want to pass the props in, so color would be search params.color, and size would be search params.size. So we don't know. Well, the way we typed it out, it doesn't know if, about these enums, beige and navy. So let's just go ahead and just make it string. And string array. Oh, I see. So can we just do a string array here? Will that work? Okay, so let's just copy the types here. String. Honestly, I think it's better to type it out yourself instead of using this generic way, but let's just keep it like this for now. And so we'll have a nice little display. Can I have this on multiple lines? No. We can have a nice little display here once we have color and size, which come from our search parameters. But right now, they're undefined because we don't have any search parameters. But if I were to add one manually, let's say color is equal to beige, then we have current style is color beige. And then we can also style this class name. We'll use a string literal, and we'll do if no color or no color and BG white, color is equal to beige and BG DDDD C7 and color is equal to navy. Then we can do and then BG blue 950. Actually, let me refactor this using to a nice. Yeah, I'm going to pause and refactor this to use a nice Tailwind method. So I'm going to pause it right here. All right, so I just changed the styles a bit, and I utilized the data attribute to style the CSS classes. So I can see that based on the data color attribute, we'll style it beige if it's beige and navy if it's navy. Otherwise, it'll be white. So right now we add a size attribute, medium. We'll see we have a nice white background. But if we add a color of navy, we'll have a navy. And let's also make this BG blue and data color equals to navy color white. Color white. Oh, not color white, text white. There you go. Awesome. And so now that we can grab search params, let's do stuff with it. We need to give our form names, name properties. We already did that. So name is size and name is color. Great. And then we need to use some hooks here in the form. So we're going to use client, and we're going to create a form component called const handle change, which will take in an event, a react.change event of HTML input element or HTML select element. Let's just abstract this way to a separate type real quick. Type HTML or input type. I don't know what I named in the other tutorial, but it'd be a lot more cleaner this way. Okay. And what is my error? I put a line break. React.change event equal to okay, I don't know what's wrong. Okay, so in here we want to first grab the current params, and to do that we're going to need to use the hook use search params. So const search params is equal to use search params, and then const params will be, we'll call it search params. No, sorry, const params will be equal to new URL search params. And then we can destructure the name and the value of our e.target, and then we can set the params to name value, and then we can replace the params in our URL. So this is a handle change, so this is going to be happening as we type. We're not doing any debouncing here, but that might be preferred depending on what kind of request you're making on each input change. Pat name param. So we need the pat name. So to get the pat name, we can get use pat name from next navigation, and we can also get the replace. Where replace comes from? Well, we can get a router from use router from next navigation, and then we can do router.replace. Cool. And then the handle change, we're going to hook this up to our inputs. So our radio input, which is right here, on change, handle change. We'll apply that to our other input, and then our select. So let's test it out. There you go. We are changing our search params from each change. Small, medium, large. Cool. And so that takes care of changing the params. The page takes care of retrieving them. So now we can do a submit handler for our form. Const submit or handle submit. It's going to be equal to e.react.form event HTML form element. And then we can do const e-prevent default. We can copy this line here to get our params. And then we can do const. We'll destructure from object.from entries params. So hopefully from our parameters we should be able to destructure color and size. Now let's quickly test what happens. Well, let's log the color and size, and let's hook up our submit form, which is going to be here. On submit, handle submit, and let's just test if it works. So submit. Here we go. Beige and medium. But let's see what happens if we don't have any params and we hit submit. Is that going to give us an issue? That's my question. Let's see. Undefined, undefined. Okay, so that's perfectly fine. Just beige, beige, undefined. Cool. So from here, we can do a little validation check, and we'll deal with the errors and success messages a little later. If no color and no size, we can do params.set error. Please check your information. All right, let's just make it simple. Whatever. Please check your information again. Please check your information again. Please check your styles again. Please check your style selection again. Okay. Or I kind of want to make it more simple. So I can put out one line: invalid style selection. There you go. And then, so that's the validation. And then this would, else, we'll do params.delete. This is our way of clearing the form. We'll delete the color. We'll do params.set, params.delete size. And then params.set success. Thank you. Or successfully added to cart. Cool. And then we can replace what we did here, router.replace the path name with the params. And also before every submission, we should also probably delete the error and success messages. So we can do that real quick. So delete the error and delete success. Does this take in an array by chance? Name string value. Okay. So let's test it out. Add to cart. Invalid style selection. Oh, because we're missing the size. So we need to have a size too. Add. And there you go. That's our reset form. Of course, we should have default values, right? So if I were to go to navy and small or large, and I was to share this page with someone, these form fields should be selected, but it's not. So let's deal with that. And let me stop the redirect for a second so I can clear out the error messages. Oh, success. Something wrong here. Params.delete. New URL search params. Ah, I see. So we're not replacing the parameters. Makes sense. Let's not delete these. That's what I want to do. Okay. Let's get default values. So let's go to our page. We have the search params. Let's pass them down to our form component. We can call it let's call it default color is equal to search params dot color. Default size is equal to search params dot size. Okay, let's type this out. Where's our form here? Search params props, search params, form props, type search params, just copy.
So default color can be beige or navy. And I think it's gonna give me an issue again with the TypeScript. Let's just see real quick. Yeah, so we used to type it out as this basically. Here we go. Here we go. And we don't even need this, I think, because it's already undefined. So that's fine. So now we can destructure that. Default color, default size. So the way we use these default values is, well, in the default value. So let's go to our select first. And right here, default value, we'll do default size. And for the default these are checked input boxes, so we have to use a checked property. So we use checked is equal to default color is equal to beige here. And then here default color is equal to, or checked is equal to navy. Cool. So now if I go to navy and medium and I share this on a new website, these are already checked. That's cool. I can share this at the cart form to make it, I don't know, easier for someone if they want to check it out. Like, hey, check out these styles. Do you like this? So that's very powerful. The saving stay in the URL. That's a very big reason to do that. And now, last but not least, we set up our success and error messages, but we're not displaying them on the screen. So let's just go to our route handler form, where I think I set up some error states. I'm going to copy these. I'm going to put it in our page, right above our display information. I think that's where I want to put it. And then we'll do copy, paste. So if we have, let's replace error with search params dot error, and success with search params dot success. And let's wrap this in a MB2. Cool. Successfully added to cart. So let's do a bad form. Let's press add. Invalid style selection. Invalid style. Pick a color. Invalid style selection. So we have to use a navy, and then we can do thank you for your purchase. Successfully added to cart. So that's how we do search params with Next.js, working with search params, TypeScript, which I'm iffy on. I think it's better to type it out yourself. I think it would have been better to do something like this. Search params and just work with what you know. So like I know that I'm gonna have a color and string. Even that, I think this would be significantly better than typing it out like this. Or you can even have like this, color string. There you go. And yeah, that's how you get the search params, render the search params, use them as props, pass them down. Then using the client-side hooks Next.js provides, you can change the search params through a handle change and a handle submit using the delete method, set method. And then use the router.replace method to replace the params in the search param as needed. And yeah, cool, very cool stuff where you can like change it. So I think I should put on change. I should probably add this to make it a little bit nicer, right? So how about on change we do this. On change we'll delete the success and error messages. Yeah, perfect. Submit, successfully add the cart. Cool. And then again, you can always just share, which is I think is really cool. Like, hey, check this out. Small. Or I think I have a problem here. Let's see. If I submit here, we're still on small. So this should probably go back to the default. So maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do set size to empty string. Let's try that. No, okay. Let's leave it alone. It's fine. So, page, large. Let's share it with my friend. Here we go. And everything's pre-selected. I can just add to cart. So as we add it to cart. This video dragged a little bit. I apologize for that. I hope you still enjoyed something, and on to the next. Alright, so this next form is what I call a URL redirect form. It's not really the normal usage of a form. We're not really sending data anywhere, but it's kind of a way to make something semi-interactive while keeping everything on the server. So we're not going to be using any client functionality here, which I think is really cool, and that's a plus big feature of Next.js. So we have this simple like multiple choice kind of like quiz. Like, what is the Japanese word for strawberry? Anashi, Ichigo, Suika. The answer is Ichigo. You might know that if you watch the anime Bleach. And so we'll start by creating a submit handler. So make sure each of your inputs has the same name, answer. And we'll start by creating a submit handler. Const submit handler is equal to form data. Actually, to be more specific, this is going to be because we don't want to use client on submit. We're gonna use a form action, a server action. So let's just call this, I don't know. I'm just gonna call it action. Keep it generic. And this will be server actions have to be async, and we can take in a form data object here. Form data, form data. And then for now, we can do a use server directive inside. So we're not making a separate file, just to show you that you can do this again. So const choice is equal to form data dot get answer. So now let's hook up the action, or let's log the action. Let's log the choice and let's hook up the action. So where's our form? Right here. Action is equal to action. And let's test it out. So let's type in Suika, answer, Suika. Ichigo, Ichigo. Cool. And so now we grabbed our answer choice. So we can do a redirect, not from next navigation, but not from the router, but from next navigation, which can be worked on server components and server actions. And we'll manually type in where we want to redirect to. So I want to redirect to /forms /URL redirect. Now I'm going to throw in the query parameter myself. Choice is equal to choice. And then I will put show is equal to true. So the show equals true is what I'm going to use to say, hey, now that we have a show equals true in the URL, show the answers. So let's make this action smaller, and then we're going to want to get the search params. We're going to need to grab it as a prop that we can destructure. Page props. Let's quickly type this out, and we'll type it a little bit differently than we did in the last video. We'll just do it what we know it's going to be. So we can just say choice is going to be either Nashi or Ichigo or Suika. Suika is apple, by the way. I don't know what Nashi is. And then show, we can say it's a string. Doesn't really matter. And then, oh sorry, this is going to be search params, and inside of here we'll have this. Cool. And then we can structure that too, right directly, choice and show. Now that we typed it like this, and now underneath every input, let's create a something to say here's the answer. So let's do it right below the answer, before the choices. So right here we'll do if show is equal to true and choice is equal to Nashi, then we will show a X emoji, which I'll grab. One too many equals here. Cool. And let's copy this for Suika. And let's do it one more time for Ichigo, but just as the answer, we can do a check mark. So this is saying we'll show all three of these once we have show equals true, and then we'll say if choice is Nashi, we'll show an X. If choice is Ichigo, we'll show a check. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is simple enough to get the point across. There's no client-side hooks going on here. It's just all server actions, and I think we're ready to go. So if I click on Suika, I know it's the wrong answer. Reveal answer, X. Nashi, submit, X. Ichigo, space, check. See? So that's a very cool way to do that. So I can send somebody the empty form. Let's remove the query parameters. Right here. I can send an empty form, or I could send them, okay, I tried Nashi. I can't try. Can you solve this quiz? And look, it's already pre-filled for you because we're using the search params to show automatically the X. Or not pre-filling it. That's a different thing we could do, actually. Real quick, let's just show that real quick. Checked is equal to search params. Sorry, color. No, sorry, choice. Choice is equal to Nashi. So we can do this. We can do that real quick for all the inputs. Ichigo, and Suika. There you go. So I can share this with somebody and like, hey, I got this wrong. You try. You get two more. You get a 50-50 shot. Ichigo. Oh, sorry, not check. We want default check, I believe. Default check. There we go. There you go. Ichigo checked. There we go. That's pretty cool. URL redirect form is what I'm going to call it. Yeah. Good stuff from Next.js. Feel free to try out this form. Okay, so this next form, we're going to use a really popular library these days, especially with Next.js apps called, and React apps, honestly, called React Hook Form. And so let's go ahead and just install that. npm install React Hook Form. That's installing. Why is it taking so long? Oh, it's because I use pm install, I think. pn I install React Hook Form. Sorry about that. Okay, and then pnpm dev. Boop the dev server again. Let's minimize terminal. Let's minimize this side. So here I just have my page component. It has a form title and the form. React Hook form. Silly name, but I didn't want to confuse anybody. So I don't think we're going to be working in this page at all. So we can go ahead and close it. So we'll be working just in the form file. And we don't need, this is the wrong form file. Right here. There you go. That's the form. It's a back to our credit card form again. Nothing's added here, just the form itself. So React Form, the most important thing is that we're going to be using hooks, so we need to change it to a client component. And let's import use form from React Hooks form. And let's go ahead and use the form. So const form is equal to use form. And we can structure a lot of things from the form. Actually, let's do it like this, yeah. We can structure a lot of things. First, I think we should make some initial values. So I'll just go, or a type. We want to really take advantage of TypeScript here because so we can type our use form hook from React Hook form. So type, I'll call it values. It's going to be equal to card holder, should be a string. Card number should be a number. Expiration date. Well, technically they're all going to be strings because that's the way form data gets rendered. But I don't think it's a big deal here. So we can TypeScript it with a generic, like this, values. And then we can say, one option I want to pass is revalidate mode and on submit. So it's only going to like double check for errors when you submit it, not as you type, which I think is better. So it's gonna recheck the errors after you press submit again. I'll show the difference in a second. Actually, I'll comment that out. And now we want to do is we want to pull out. Let's pull out first the register property here, and we want to register our inputs. So we don't need names, which we don't have here. So we can do. We can spread out this new line here. We'll spread the register, and here we want to give it the name. So cardholder will be the name. And look, TypeScript help me out here. And I want to do. In this object, we'll have validation, but I'll set that up in a second. So we'll do this here. The card number. Thank you, TypeScript. Expiration date. And CVV. So now our form values are registered. And now let's create a submit form. Where is this? So right here. So to create a submit form, we need to pull out the handle submit from use form, the use form hook. And then we need to use that as our on submit, and then handle submit. And then we need to pass in our own submit function into this. So handle submit will be like a mediator to make sure our values are validated if we use any validation. Let's create that submit function real quick, and it'll pass us the values. So it'll come here if the validation passes. We'll never get to this submit function if the validation doesn't pass. Right now we don't have any validation, so it's gonna pass for sure. So I can just log the values. So log the values. So let's type some stuff in. And complete purchase. And here you go. Our values are all logged. And of course, they're all strings, as I said before. So that's the submit form. So we can now add some validation. In the next video, we're going to use Zod to have real, like, more refined validation. But here we can do some light validation. So these validations follow the same as like regular HTML. So if we press space here, we'll have like minimum length, max length, pattern required. So the one I want to do here is required, true, and then min length 3. And here we can do required, true, min length 3. I think I'm gonna do the same thing for everything, maybe. Let's see, min length 2. Here we just do required true, and here we just do required true. Minimum number should be 100, right? Because TVB should be 3 numbers. And the we can do max, sure, why not? Max 999. So if I submit this, we can see here that we're not. Oh, let's go back here. Submit. Our values are not logging here, as you can see, because we're not passing the validation check. So before we do that, we can also show the errors. So let's go ahead and do that. In order to do that, we need to pull out the form state, and from the form state, we'll structure it even more and pull out the errors. Okay, so then underneath every input, we can show the errors. So let me grab my error component from route handlers. I should probably make that separate component, but it's okay. And underneath the input, we'll do errors dot cardholder. Then we'll do errors dot cardholder. Errors dot cardholder. Oh, dot message. And we'll copy this for everything. And here. Oh, I put in the wrong spot. Let's put it here. And so we don't need this or this. So they're all card handler right now. So D should be card number. D should be expiration date, and D should be CVV. Okay, so let's try submitting it. and it's not showing me anything right now, but why not? Am I missing something? Let's try typing stuff like 111 or John Doe, card number, valid through numbers, and complete brace. Since we're on the validation, I can't tell what it is. Let's see here. Oh, is it just revalidate mode? Let's see. No. We have the register with the form state on submit. Text yellow. Error. Card holder. Dot message. Oh, I see. So we did not provide a message. So here's what we can do. I can show you how to do that. So for a CVV, we'll just say, we'll make these very generic. Invalid CVV. Invalid expiration date. I think I want to put a dot here. And invalid card number. Invalid CC. I see. CC number. Card number. So if I did that, that should show up now. Yeah, there we go. See? And then we didn't put a message here, so we can do that. Maybe let's do it here. So I think we can turn this into an object. No. Let's see. Message. Let's see here. Register. Put. Did it give you a example by chance? Let's see. So like this. So we can do, instead of true, we can say card holder name is required. Submit. Okay, so now we have custom message. So yeah, I forgot that I hard coded these messages. So yeah, I see we can do, turn that back to true, and be like, change the 3 to value 3 message invalid cardholder name, or let's see, cardholder name must be at least 4 characters. I mean, people have 3 names. That's silly. It's 2, 3. Okay. All right, bad messages, but whatever. Okay, so it's not showing a message here because it's true. So required, or we don't even need required, right? Are we doing required? See. Why does that work? Value. Oh, min length value. So 3 is that. I mean. Cardholder name must be at least required. Cardholder name is required. Cardholder name is required. Let's just have a placeholder. So required. Sorry about this. Bad planning. Required true. This should be outside. Required true. And then we can do, if there's no message, invalid cardholder string cardholder name. So we'll put a fallback for any messages 0. And why is not showing? Dot message. Dot length greater than 0. I'm gonna log these errors real quick. Errors. Dot cardholder. Okay. Dot message. Where is it? I gotta do a ternary, I think. Very silly. Where is this? 10 errors. Cardholder. Dot message. Otherwise, let's try this. There you go. Cardholder name. So if the message has no length, just put cardholder length name. Okay, so I wouldn't do a validation like this anyways. I'd probably use Zod for sure. Zod and React Form are very great together. So yeah, so let's carry on. So now that we have error states, now that we have getting the values only, so we're not logging the values here because our validation is passed. So let's do that. So look at the errors as I type here, right? So like John Doe. You see how it's changing as I type? I don't like that, personally. See, the errors go away as you type. So instead, I'm only going to revalidate mode on submit. So it's gonna reevaluate any validation only when you press submit. 222, 333, 444. And then here we have expiration date March 2027, CVV. We'll complete purchase, it's still bad. And we'll put 555, invalid CVV. So it's still doing it as it types for some reason. So 222. Oh, I think that's on blur and stuff. So I think that's gonna be like on reset options on what are the options here? On blur, on submit, on change. Okay, it's okay. Let's stop logging these errors, and we'll put submit, and we get our values. Okay, so we get our values, we do the validation, we show the errors. What else can we do? We can do some cool things actually. It's a lot of things we can do to React Form. It's very like feature rich. So one thing we'll do here is I'll show you something. We'll pull out the set value and we'll pull out the watch, and I'll show you how to use these two things. So we can do so set value does what it says. It'll set the value of any input. And then watch is like when we watch if we're watching a value. So we can do const watch cardholder. Let's watch it with the watch, and we'll pass in. It knows because of TypeScript what inputs we have. And then we can do a use effect here. So this use effect will have in its dependency array the watch cardholder and the set value. Okay, and in here we'll do if watch cardholder, then set the value of cardholder to the following. I'll do a new line. So take the watch cardholder. So watch cardholder is going to be the value of whatever in the cardholder field right now. Take the watch cardholder. And then take the first character, uppercase it, and then add it to the rest of it. So this will be watching the cardholder as the user types, and it'll automatically uppercase it for the user. So we can test that out. So I'm gonna take this React hook right here, copy this,
All right, copy. I'm gonna see it's lowercase, so I'm gonna paste it right here. Paste. Boom. It became capital. So that's something you can do. You can make it a lot more fine-grained, make your user experience a lot better with the watch and the set value. Submit, and now we have a capital. Every time the form will be submitted, it'll be capitalized. Of course, you can do it after the form, but isn't it nice for the user to see like his form information nicely cooked, typed out? I'm gonna type in my own name, Karam. Look, I'm already capitalized. And now, the last and final thing I'll show is how to reset the form, and that's very simple. You can pull out the reset, and right after you submit the form, let's do the form state. Is there a loading? Is loading? Is submitting? Is submitting? Is submitting? Let's try this out with the button. Disabled equal to is submitting. Let's make this async, and let's see when does this run. That's my question. Await new promise resolve set timeout resolve to 5 seconds to make it really dramatic, and submit. Of course, it needs to be real stuff. Submit. Oh, invalid GBV. Nice. So is submitting works based on like how long it's submitting. So let's make this 2 seconds. We don't need to log the values anymore. We know we got them. And then we can do a reset form. And let's log the values because we're not doing anything else with it. Like right here. Okay. So submit, reset form, and log the values. All right. So we used the watch and use set value functions to show how we can like really cater the form a little bit. Hello, capital H. We showed you how to reset the form using the React form. We showed you validation and registering inputs. And we showed you how to use TypeScript to make it a lot more great for developer experience. And yeah, use form hook from React form. Stay tuned for the next video. We're going to use Zod with React form, and you'll see how much more awesome it is. All right, last 2 videos. We're getting close to the end. We're now going to use React hook form with the Zod validation library, and these are a very great combo to use together. So we're going to go ahead and install Zod first. I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to use the pnpm command. And in order to hook up Zod with React hook form, we have to use the hook forms resolvers package. And this is a really cool package actually, because you can hook up any of these validation libraries. We used Yup earlier, so you can even use Yup. You can use Joy, I've heard of that one. Class Validator, I'm pretty interested in that one. I might test that out in the future. If you use Nest.js, not Next.js, Nest with an S, Class Validator is pretty widely used there. So if you can double that up on the front end, that might be useful. So let's boot up our dev server again. Let me refresh the page. And let's jump. So we have the page component again, just rendering the form title, just rendering the form. And then we're going to make our form itself a client component. This is not the form. Yes, this is the form. Here we go. So we got our React hook form with Zod, the React form with Zod form. Very wordy, but you know, it gets the point across. And we have a classic checkout form, credit card checkout form. So the first thing we want to do is, similar to how we created a type in the last video, we're going to use a schema, a Zod schema. So let's make this a use client. Let's get import Z from Zod, and let's go ahead and make our schema. So const, I'll just call it a checkout schema, z.object. So here is where you can do all your nice, fine-grained validation. So you put in whatever inputs you have. I'm gonna have a cardholder input, and I can z.string, and I can say whatever I want. I can say minimum length is gonna be 2. I can say cardholder is required. I'll make it very simple actually. We can do cardholder name number. Here's something cool we can do. We can do z.coerce, and then actually I don't really know how this works. Let's see here. Z.coerce dot course dot course number dot min value, I don't know, 1. Yeah, 1's fine. I think it's 2, whatever. Card number is required. Min value, you want min? Yeah. Min value might be a different thing. Expiration date, we can do z.string, and we can just do required error, invalidate. You could probably coerce it to a date. I'm not sure how to do that. I don't want to look into that right now. Z.string. Well, CVV tells me a number too, right? So z.coerce. I'm going to coerce it into a number. And let's do min is 111. Max is 999. And then otherwise it's invalid CVV. Okay, cool. So now this is our schema, and from the schema we can also create a type. Type, checkout, schema type. I like to type. I like to let's see. We can do a. Let's just put a T in front of it. T checkout schema equals to z dot infer. Infer type of checkout schema. So now we have a TypeScript type to go along with our schema. And we're going to use both of these. So we're going to pull out that use form hook from React hook form. And we're going to pass in that generic, which will be our type, T checkout schema. And our resolver is going to be the Zod resolver, which we have to import. Looks like it won't auto import for me. So import Zod resolver from @hook form /resolver /Zod. And this needs to take in our schema. So this one line is enough to say, hey, take the schema with all the validations and coercions that we did, and then use this to validate our form. We don't have to do that inline validation anymore. We don't have to register our inputs. We still have to register our inputs, but we don't need to do the inline validation. So speaking of registering our inputs, let's go ahead and do that. So register, and we'll do, oh look, card holder. Thank you, TypeScript. And let's do that 4 more times. And this will be card number. This will be expiration date. And this will be CVV. Okay, cool. That's all. With the register forms, no problem. And then we could create a type, create a schema. We can do the errors the same way we did last time, or very similar to the way we did last time. So let me just grab that from our previous React form video. Let's grab a smaller one. Let's grab card name. Let's grab this one. And let's put that right underneath the input. So here we don't need to do React errors dot, oh, we have to pull out errors, sorry. So let's do that from here. Form state, errors. So close this, let's minimize this, let's get some more space in here. Errors.card handler, and then I believe we'll always have a message now. Because we're using Zod Validation, we'll always have a message. So we don't need to put the hard-coded thing. We can definitely put errors.card holder dot message, and we'll change this to card holder. Cool. And then because we didn't force it required, I guess TypeScript wants. Let me see. What does TypeScript say? It could be undefined. Looks like. Let's see. It's not giving me an error, so we'll leave it like this. There we go. Card holder becomes card number. Expiration date. And CVV. So now, if I submit my form, see, I need to refresh the page. Submit. We still don't get any errors. Can we log the errors? Oh, I believe we didn't hook up the handle submit. That's why. Yes, we did not handle submit. So let's hook up the handle submit. And then let's create our submit function. Make it async. And then we'll do, this gives our values of type T checkout schema, I believe. Yes, and then we can log the values. So again, we'll only get into the submit function once, well, on submit, we're going to put the handle submit from React form and we'll pass in our submit function. And we'll only get to our hand submit function if the validation passes. So let's go ahead and press submit again. And there we go. We have validation. And what's wrong with the date? It looks like required. Well, that's not a big deal. Who cares? Number must be greater than or equal to 111. See, if we don't put a message, it's gonna put its own thing. And the reason it says that is because we have this 111. Number must be 111. So if I put in like hi, I can't put hi. It's a number field. So that's good. So let's put in some. Let's type. So John Doe. So it's doing the thing where it'll change as you type, I believe. Right, I don't like this, so I'm gonna go ahead and use the revalidate mode to on submit. I might need to refresh, so I'm gonna do that. Let's press submit, and let's type in John Doe. Good, it doesn't change as you type. Yeah, I like this better. So we can do our, so we have validation messages. I don't know why we don't have on the expiration date, description. Let's send in information, see what we get for date. 333-4444. CVV is 555. Submit. So what's our date here? We get an empty string. So maybe we do need minimum length. So let's do that. Dot min 1. And we'll try it again. There you go. String must contain at least one character. March 2023. Can we do a course to date? I would love to know if that's possible, actually. That'd be so helpful, actually. Course dot date. We can. Let's try this out. Enter a valid field. Field incomplete as it. Let me refresh the page. Press submit. Invalid date. Isn't that nice? Okay, so let's type out the full form. Crom Ali 1111. November 2023, 2054, whatever, 444, submit. And that's our values. So we get the values, we get the validation, everything's nice. And last thing, last two things as usual, let's do from the form state, we can get is submitting, and a bunch of other things here. There's just so much stuff we can get. And each of these has more stuff, like the form state, look at this, all this stuff. And then handle submit, and then we can do a reset. That's what I wanted. So let's do a forced delay. Simulate the is submitting. Res set time out. Res 2,000 seconds or 2 seconds, and then reset. Awesome. And then we can go down here to our button, and let's go disabled is equal to is submitting. Everything's out of the box with this nice, with a simple hook. We have so much utility, it's crazy. So press complete, error validation, of course. John Doe, a bunch of twos. Let's go to December 20. What's up with this? Oh, it needs to be a year. 2020. 2025. Okay. CVV is 1, 2, 3. Submit. Submitting and reset. There we go. Zod React Form. Perfect match. Highly recommend using this workflow when using Next.js. I mean, it's very popular. You've probably seen every tutorial known to man. Yeah, thanks for watching, and let's move on to the last video. For now, at least. Okay, this last video, at least I had scheduled and planned thank you for watching all the way through if you have, or even if you skipped to this one. Is going to be using a shadcn UI component library. And this one video is kind of more of a fun video, using a very popular library right now. In terms of like form knowledge, you might not get too much out of it, but maybe you will, because shadcn is very popular and they make some really good stuff. So the first thing we'll do is install shadcn. I kind of did that already, but I'll just pretend to do it again. So we're just going to go to npm and we're going to install here. What happened? Okay. And I don't know if it'll even do anything for me. Okay, so pick a style. I'm going to pick default, slate, CSS variables. Let's just say no. There you go. It's set up. And then we need to install a couple of their components. So let's stick with we're going to get the form component, obviously. And we're going to need the button component, but the form component will install the button component for you, at least as of recording this video. So we don't need the button component separately, but we will need the. Would you like to overwrite? So I'm gonna press no. You're not gonna get this. You're not gonna get this message because I already installed it. So no, I'm not gonna overwrite it. And then the input. Where's the input? There we go. Input. And then same command. Just install the input using whichever CLI you're using. Okay. So start the dev server again. And so I'm just gonna build this. I'm gonna build this checkout form, but I'm gonna build it from scratch this time. And I'm just gonna follow the documentation for shadcn's form. And let's actually add a theme real quick. So go to your themes in shadcn website. Go to customize. I'm just gonna hit orange for fun. Copy the code right here. Go to your globals.css and right below, go ahead and just paste it in. Oh wait, that's the CSS variables actually. I need to install shadcn one more time. I need those CSS variables. So default slate CSS variables. Right? There you go, yeah. So let's replace everything above layer base and underneath the Tailwind directives at the top with our theme right here. Okay, that's set up. That's set up. Okay, boot up the dev server again. Let's bring it back. And we're gonna follow the documentation in shadcn for the form, which uses React hook form and Zod underneath the hood. So it's very similar to the last video. At least in the example, you can swap out Zod and other stuff, and you can use the form inputs without React form. But we're gonna follow documentation. So form control. Okay, so let's just follow exactly what they say. So import Z from Zod, which we installed in the last video, and then we'll create a schema. So the schema we made in the last video, so I'm just gonna go ahead and copy that. So that's gonna be right here. Right here. So right here. Same schema. So checkout schema, card holder, card number, expiration date, CVV, and then this is all Zod stuff, not shadcn stuff. We're using string minimum 2. We're coursing its number. This is a validation, and then we can use z.infer type of the schema to grab a TypeScript type out, so we can double up on that. Okay, that's done. We can import. It wants us to import Zod resolver, which makes sense. Zod resolver, and it wants us to import use form from React hook form. Okay, and then let's go ahead and set up the use form, just like we did in the last video. So const form is equal to use form. We're not going to destructure this time because we want this form variable. Z.infer type. We don't need this. We made a type. The checkout schema. And then resolver is Zod resolver. And then we can have default values. So why not? We can do card holder is an empty string. Card number is an empty string. I don't want default values actually. Let's not do default values. We don't need this. Especially we're coercing the number. I don't want to stick a 0. I think can we do undefined? Let's see. Undefined. But then we might as well not have default values at all. Okay. No default values. No default values. It's fine. We're gonna need our own submit function. Submit is equal to values, which is type of t checkout schema. Now we can log the values. Boom. Okay. Now we can build the form. We don't need all this. Thank you. Okay. So we're gonna import the form and everything else. Everything else I'm gonna import through just VS Code's auto import. So we'll import the form component from add component / UI form. So shadcn will create a UI folder in your components folder, or it'll make one if you don't have one, and it'll put its components in here. So the button based form. Now let's just peek into the button. It's just a bunch of Tailwind classes that have variants and sizes, and they're just all nicely styled and nicely customized for responsive design, and they take care of a lot of the good cases with accessibility and stuff. And because you have all the code in front of you, you can just change this however you want. Maybe I don't want the small to be height 9, maybe I want it to be height 8, for example. And that's just that easy and simple. And you can even add your own variants, which is really cool. Okay, so let's build the form. Build the form. Can I make this bigger anyway? No. Okay. So we want the form at the top here. I'm gonna comment out these classes first, like this. So I want to see what the form looks like without my styles. Okay, so we're gonna or I'll just get rid of it. Okay, and then here, that's the form. And what does the form want? It wants us to spread the form object. Okay, and then we have our form, our actual HTML form on submit, form.handle submit, and then or submit. I'm calling it submit. Okay, and then class name space y8. I'll leave that out for now. Okay, so inside here we want a form field. Import that. Control is equal to form.control. Name is going to be equal to TypeScript will help me out here. Yep, card holder. And render is equal to a function where we can destructure the field and then return another JSX element, which is a form item. And inside the form item, we'll have a form label. To import these. Form label of card holder Okay, so actually, I'm looking at my notes now. I ended up realizing that we did not, or I did not, do a checkout form. So I'm going to pause it right here, swap it out real quick. All right, and we're back, and I changed the checkout form to a sign-up form, or a contact form. So we have first name, last name, email, message, okay? Everything else is pretty much the same. I just changed everything from checkout to contact. Okay, so instead of card holder name, we'll have first name. So we have a form item. It's a very weird syntax. So it's like we have an element, but inside we're rendering a function. Form label, form control, which we have to import. And inside the form control, we'll have our input, which we have to import, and then placeholder. We don't need a placeholder, do we? Let's see, what did I do? What did I do? Sure, placeholder, e.g. Naruto, and then field. As you know, I'm the Goku. Does Goku have a last name? I feel so bad not knowing the answers to that.
give me 1 second here. Okay, we're into Son Goku. So Son, and then I know it's not the actual last name, but whatever. And then we can do form message. I'm not gonna do the description. That's unnecessary. So the form message will hold our error, which will be validated by Zod and displayed by shadcn. So we're gonna need 4 of these. 2, 3, 4. The second one will be for last name. Last name, Son Goku. Okay. The third one will be for email. Email. Input type is equal to email. I don't know. E.g. son.goku@email.com. And then, wait, we need to cut this one, put it at the bottom. Okay. And then I need a text area actually for the message. So let's do a text area. Forgot to install that. So we'll install text area. PNP dev. And let's bring in the text area, which is pretty much just replaces the yeah, text area, placeholder, placeholder, enter your message here. Cool. So it should be our message, right? All right. So that's our shadcn form. I think that's everything. Let's go back to the form component documentation. Installation, define the form, build a form. We can use a button here, which from shadcn also. Button. Type is submit. And then submit. Or how about send? Send, why not? And let's check it out. Oh, we have to refresh the page. Let's check it out. And that's our form. And just a couple of things I want to do real quick. I need to make this button class name. I don't need to, but I want to. Width full. Let's give our form some styles. Class name. Shadow white 10. 20. P4. Rounded. BG white 5. Shadow 5. And yeah, and then we can do a space Y. Why not? Space Y 4. Cool. This is our form. And we create a schema, create a type, create a resolver. Who cares about default? I don't want default values here. On submit. Let's submit the values. Let's press send. So yeah, so here we'll see that the shadcn will automatically put values here. So type in, I don't know, sun. Okay, we need to put the text here. So text black. Okay, we need to put text just on the inputs. That's an issue. So 2, 3, class name, text black. Okay, and then also the text area, I believe. Yeah, text is white right now. Last name, text black. Okay. Refresh the page. Or also want spell check, right? Spell check. False. Cool. So let's try it again. Sun Goku. Oh, we have first name twice. This should be what? Email? No, this should be message. And this one should be email. sun.goku@email.com. Submit. Required message. Let's try something more fine-grained. It says between 2 and 25. So let's try H. Keep between 2 and 25. Again, I don't want the validate on submit. So revalidate mode on submit. Hello. Submit. Cool. And then we get our values because we passed our validation. And we can just, two more things I just want to show real quick. The classic reset, which can just be form.reset. So we have access to all the values, methods from last time. We just have to use the form object to get them from, instead of destructuring. And then submit. And then it did not reset? Question mark. Oh, it did reset, but the values are still here for some reason. Is it because of the default values? Let's see if that's the issue. Actually, that's interesting. First name. We can just test it out with. These are all text inputs, so let's not put the message to test it out. Submit. Interesting. So the reset's not working here. Message. Let's refresh the page and try it one more time. John Doe, jdoe@email.com. Hello world. Send. Okay, good. It resets. Okay. I guess I just need to refresh. Okay. And one more thing with shadcn. This is a shadcn specific thing. So if I type in like, let's just fill out three of these forms. So it's not a valid email, but here, valid email needed. So here, maybe you don't like red text. Maybe you don't like the label being changed. So you can go into the component because you have access to it. So go to your label component and class names. Where would it be? We want class name. Label variants, CVA, class name, form. Maybe it's in the form. Error state. Label right here. So we don't want this right here. We don't want this part. So maybe I can just do something like inline. There you go. So now the labels won't be there, and maybe you want to change the error color. Maybe you don't like it red like I don't. So go to your form, go to your message, and let's see here. Here, destructive. I don't want destructive, so can I do this? It's fine. It's just a video. Okay. So the text. Let's do text yellow 700. There you go. Maybe 600. Oh, it's orange. How about text primary? I think. Then we have shadcn. We have stuff like primary. There you go. Validation email needed. Cool. So yeah, that's shadcn in a nutshell. It's just pretty much Zod and React Hook Form, at least via the example. You can customize it using other resolvers and stuff. But yeah, it builds you a nice, beautiful form, very quick and easy.
See, I didn't put any Tailwind classes here really, except for where I wanted to put text black. And actually, I probably would make this form even like this, actually. That's probably how I would like it. There we go. And then, yeah. I hope you enjoyed this whole series. React Forms, and Next.js Forms. It's about 21 videos, 21 different ways to make forms in React. I hope you learned something. I hope I enjoyed creating the series. I kind of dragged towards the end. I apologize for that. Thank you for listening. Follow me, add me on LinkedIn if you want to connect. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. And yeah, I had fun making this. And if anyone has an entry-level software developer or software engineer position for me, I'm open to looking for one. All right, thank you.